Okay, so let's add me in. Move this. What's up, people? How y'all doing? What's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing? All right, y'all. So I brought me in the kitchen today. It's our turn to make dinner for the family. So it's what we'll be doing today. So you guys might hear a little noise in the background, hopefully not too much. Today is the first ever Flux Celestial Genesis audio stream today. All right, so we're going to do the entire book today. I already have everything in chapter form. So we're going to get that going. Let me turn this music down a little bit. So today was a day where I'm doing all this practice for what, right? And now my voice and got hoarse. That's crazy, right? Welcome, everybody. I'm W.O. White III, a.k.a. Flux. That's what everybody who knows me calls me because of the series. And I'll be your facilitator and your guide through the Flux Continuum. Again, I moved everything. So I know the camera's here, but I can see myself here, okay? So if I'm not looking directly at you, it's not because I don't want to, all right? I had to finagle, y'all. We in the kitchen today, okay? I'll be moving around a little bit, okay? But I do want you guys to see what's going on in the background. I made sure I bring out the posters. So you guys can see them. The hoodies. The tumblers are back here too, okay? And we got the books here. Now, there are so many other things that we have. Like we got T-shirts. We got a couple of them. We have mini posters. We have a few things, you guys, okay? So today is more about me making sure that I play the book in its entirety. So you're going to have approximately 4 hours. And in between those times, if, we got input from everybody, then, maybe we can start doing some auctions or something, right? Because like I said, I have a plethora of books and stuff in the background. Give me a second. Let me say good morning to everybody on the other platforms. So good morning. Okay. Well, good morning. Welcome to Flux Vision. Okay. Yeah, I know. Got to get better, right? Hashtag Flux. And we're going to send that out. All right. So this is me saying good morning to everybody. I'm going to make sure that clicks on. Here we go. Show that. All right, good morning. Welcome to Flux Vision, everybody. I'm W.O. White III, and I'll be your facilitator and your guide through the Flux Continuum. In the Flux Continuum, y'all, let's go ahead and get it down, right? The Flux Continuum is more of a story of the Lords of Order versus the Lords of Chaos, okay? Or the Lords of Chaos versus the Lords of Order. But we had to get there somehow, right? So I decided to tell a story from an external I guess a perspective, yeah. And so what I did was I made the Zodiac Guardians, right? If you think about anything that has to do with Earth, we couldn't have primordial gods down here swinging and stuff. They've been probably destroy the city just by swinging their hand. So they're not on our realm of existence, right? They're on another realm, an ascended realm, if you will. I consider it the ethereal realm. But let's get back to the point. So the point is the Lords of Chaos versus the Lords of Order, but they have avatars. Okay, and these avatars are the Zodiac Guardians. Give me a second, let me bring this up. For anybody who's coming day one, that's why I'm starting over. I know that Flux is something new to people, and I'm trying to intrigue you with it, and at the same time get you stuck on it. You know what I'm saying? I want you to be addicted to Flux like me. That's basically what my ulterior motives are. So here we go. Here's the Zodiac Guardians, right? And they're Aquarius through Capricorn. Throughout the whole the zodiac sign, right? The whole constellation. Yeah, there's always something. Whenever you're ready, mouse. Okay, so and they're in a 3-book bundle. Okay, so here's the 3-book bundle. Books 1, Celestial Genesis. Book 2, Sequence of Astrometry, and book 3 is Astro Zodiac Alignment. Okay, so since we're only on book 1, I can't really reference book 2 and 3 too much. By doing that, I think I take away from book 1. Book 1 is basically a giant. I kill me sometime with my wording. It's more of a book 1's more of an introduction, right? The origin story for the Earth-based characters. Okay, so technically, this power should have never came to Earth. Okay, and since it should have never came to Earth, now that it's here, Earth is ground zero for everything, right? And it opens doors, and now beings out there, entities out there, whatnot, they know where Earth is, the one true paradise, and that's the Earth we stay on. So I kind of use that. I use some of the multiverse and all of this stuff, right? But ultimately, we follow the Zodiac Guardians because it's inclusive. It's what it is, y'all. I wrote it like that because it's inclusive, right? Everybody wants to be able to get behind somebody they like. Now, even if you don't like, I don't know, if you don't care for your Zodiac Guardian, I mean, there are like 12 other ones you can pick because Gemini is 2, right? So you guys get to like start here at the beginning with me. I would like to let everybody know I didn't write it like a television show, but I did write it like a television series, if you will. And the reason I say that is because there's just a buildup. Sometimes there's action, sometimes there's not, right? It depends on how the story goes. So it's not like a climatic thing. Now, do I give you that climatic? At the end of 3 books, yes, I do give you that ultimate climatic feel that you want. Yeah, of course I do. But books 1, 2, this is a series of books. Should equal 12 books, right? 12 different books. And in those 12 books, we're going to go through the Zodiac Guardians. We're going to learn about them. We're going to learn about the beginning of the universe and how everything happened. We're going to go all the way down to the end of the universe. We're going to go through the primordial gods. I'm killing myself. We're going to go through the Chinese Zodiac. That's why you might start seeing Chinese Zodiac symbols in my screensavers because, I'm processing. And they're going to be, I can't tell you that. I don't want to give you too much. But we're going to do the Zodiac Guardians. We're going to do the Chinese Zodiac. We're going to do the 7 deadly sins, the dark matter anti-gods. We're going to do some people from the multiverse. So you might start seeing little different individuals that are on my, like these people right here that are showing up. These are my multiversal guys, right? Throughout the 12 omniverses. So when you come to Flux, y'all got to understand, yes, there are some similarities in all the different universes that all of us unique creators create, right? But at the same time, I got my own theories and, my beliefs and my input and how I would approach certain things. So again, one more time, thank y'all guys for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and start putting this show on. The first one, so you guys can go ahead and hear the whole chapter, okay? I do want to, well, no, man, not really apologize. Hey, y'all, we're in the kitchen, y'all. We're in the kitchen, okay? And as soon as my CEO gets back with the food, I have to take that and I have to start cleaning the meat and everything because I'll be up at like maybe 4 in the morning tomorrow cooking, like grilling. So it's our turn. So we got to get it done. And at the same time, I want to keep the consistency of the show because I'm ready next week to start book 2. I want you guys way more enthusiastic about what's going on and the story I'm telling, but I got to give you something. And this big introduction in book 1, Flux Celestial Genesis, it pretty much gives you a scope of how large or how great this universe I'm building is, okay? I would like you guys to understand this is the epic tale. This isn't everybody's necessary. They break down of each individual character and we tell you their whole life story, and I'm gonna do that for 12 different. No, I'm not doing that. What I am doing is all the 12 characters come together and what they believe is a threat, it's greater than that. And so as we get into book 3, 4, and 5, we learn what the true threat is. So by the time we get to book 7, I even hit you with the last giant threat, like, and it blows you away, okay? But I kind of reference it along the way, though. Currently, right now, we have 3 books published. You can get them for $55. Yeah, it's too late to change that. I might put a auction or something out there real quick. What else? Okay, so like I was saying, book 1, it's more of an introduction and give you a scope of how large the universe that I'm building is. We hit each character, we let you know what the characters are thinking, give you like an impression of their personalities, their traumas or whatever. We hit on those things. I introduce a lot of characters because I do believe that it's going to take a lot of characters or a lot of individuals, right? It's not just going to be one league of heroes or some mutants, and they're going to be able to save the entire universe. No, maybe you could save your quadrant or your galaxy or something to that effect, but you saving the entire universe, it's going to take a lot more than just you because there's a multiverse. And I include all that's inclusive, right, on one firmament. But we're going to get to all that, y'all. We're going to get to all that. But first, let me get ready to start this video for you guys. Turn the music down and turn it off. Okay. All right, so the music's off, and I'm going to go ahead and start this video so you guys can get ready, okay? And here we go.
The Repercussions of New Beginnings. Chapter 1. Dr. Afanasy Sidorov, Thermodyne Space Station. Russia. Earth orbit, Milky Way galaxy. A group of scientists gather and anxiously await an epic demonstration. This particular demonstration is decades ahead of its time and unknown to the general public of Earth. The leading physicists of Earth have been brought together to witness interstellar space travel. Dr. Afanasy Sidorov is of Russian birth, a renowned man of physics and highly respected among his peers. He is the lead physicist of the Spatial Transition Section aboard the Thermodyne Space Station. It is a subdivision of the Thermodynamics Physics and Research Facility of Theoretical Science. Dr. Sidorov steps up to the podium and addresses his fellow scientists. Today, you will witness a monumental and defining moment in history, as the Thermodyne physics team sends a probe through time and space. As Dr. Sidorov signals his assistant to bring the systems online, a few of the guests raise their hands to ask questions. He simply motions all hands down. He isn't done with his briefing and continues speaking. Here at Thermodyne, we will prove that a spatial rift, a hole in space and time, can be opened by instantly sending a probe to an uncharted section of the universe. My team and I have configured the probe to collect location data and draft a star chart while transmitting a signal in all known mathematical formulas and languages, retrieving any forms of communication or transmissions from the other side. The spatial rift will open for 30 seconds, giving the probe sufficient time to enter the rift. Then, the probe will initiate its primary programming and be retrieved after 15 minutes. The guests are directed to turn their attention to the windows of the space station. Several guests make remarks about how the probe, as Dr. Sidorov gives the signal to begin procedures. A few buttons pressed and the telespatial engine completes its target lock. Once Dr. Sidorov gives the command, the generator fires a beam of energy at the targeted location. After a few moments, a small discharge tears through empty space. As the wormhole materializes and expands, spikes of energy ripple along its outer rim. A smile spreads across Dr. Sidorov's face. A deep sense of accomplishment swells within him. The IT manager shouts aloud, "Spatial rift is stable and all systems read optimal." Dr. Sidorov and the IT manager share a glance between one another. Then, the probe is remotely activated to enter the wormhole. The guests whisper amongst themselves, their excitement echoing throughout the space station. The technician sounds off again. "Spatial rift becoming unstable and collapsing." Dr. Sidorov turns to his audience and explains the theoretical science of spatial transition technology. There is great admiration in his guests' eyes. Several of the scientists and guests converse about this history-defining moment. Dr. Sidorov answers a few questions until the 2-minute alert sounds. The IT manager directs everyone to focus their attention on the wormhole location. Dr. Sidorov exclaims, "In a few seconds, our technicians will retrieve the probe from the spatial rift." Another target lock and a beam of energy is fired. After the spatial rift becomes stable, the guests' eyes are filled with anticipation for the probe's return. People start to clap when the probe begins to enter Earth space again. As the probe exits the spatial rift, something unexpectedly strikes it from the rear. The space station speakers echo repeatedly. "Alert! Alert! Probe destroyed. Alien craft entering Earth space via spatial rift." An alien object rips through the probe and breaks apart as it hurtles towards the planet. The probe has been knocked off its trajectory and is fragmenting into multiple pieces. The alien object appears to combust and explode after entering the Earth's atmosphere. A glowing object phases harmlessly through the external hull of the space station. It strikes Dr. Sidorov in his chest, knocking him from his feet. His body defies gravity as he hovers above the floor. His form is quickly overtaken by the glowing extraterrestrial energy. Thoughts of his wife Delia flood his mind. He is all the family she has left. His form becomes too bright for human eyes to bear, and Dr. Sidorov is no more. Where once stood a man of science, only a few particles of dust linger in the air. The guests witnessing the event are paralyzed with fear. After the first scream is released, others join the hysterical behavior. With an uneasy voice, the IT manager speaks through the intercom. "We ask that our guests please remain calm as you are escorted to loading bay 3A for departure to the surface. Again, we thank our guests for visiting the Thermodine space station." The Reaper. Rings of Divinity. Limbo, Death's domain. Ethereal Realm. The ethereal realm is a place existing outside of the universal realm of space and time. A place so vast it is beyond mortal comprehension. In the most distant and hidden places, an unholy pact is made between an immortal and a true immortal. These immortal beings conspire to alter above cosmic level events occurring within the universe. They conspire to reshape the mortal realm and the countless otherworldly realities existing throughout space. However, there is only one universe. It contains an inconceivable number of dimensions that can be accessed through frequency resonation. The universe has been contained in an ethereal substance known as quantum quartz, an indestructible cosmic crystalline matter that is utilized to contain free will. A true immortal being of incalculable power has watched mortal beings since time was created. Mortal beings must be contained within the universe, since they are beings capable of wielding free will. These mortal beings struggle to ascend past their natural instincts and must be contained within a cosmic habitation unit, universe. Only through true spiritual enlightenment can mortals reach the ethereal plane. An infinite number of experiments have been conducted to increase enlightenment within mortals. The Reaper knows that mortals will be needed if the veil was to ever fall. He has often pondered what the outcome of this continuum will be if mortals fail to ascend. He is the personification of death and knows all that occurs within the veil, even when deceivers choose to conspire about events that should not be possible. These deceivers believe themselves hidden from prying eyes and ears, but the Reaper takes notice of this very meeting between the immortal. He watches, knowing this should not be allowed, yet he does nothing as he listens as they enact their plans to breach paradise. A group of powerful immortals have assembled to manipulate universal events. They have discovered how to force their will on the physical realm. With united intentions, these entities channel their power and cause irrevocable chaos in the physical world. Together, they're capable of breaching the quantum quartz that separates dimensions. By targeting an intersecting point within the crystalline substance, the entities exert enough force to crack the barrier. Their attack resonates in dimension SU01Q00, a place that no longer bears light. The immortals smile amongst themselves. They have given the darkness a chance at freedom. The attack will afford an omniversal star to shine through the cracks, showing the darkness the way back. All immortals desire to once again reach a place long denied to them, a planet that has been granted to lesser sentient beings wielding free will. They are known throughout the universe as man, a species which is most favored in all of existence. During the Great Flood of Earth, immortals were removed from the planet. A barrier of dimensions was put in place to keep immortals from ever entering the earthly realm again. The Innumerable, the Chaos Oversight, Cancer, Accubans, Alpha Cancri, NU9KAC. 2 weeks ago, in a place that defies the natural balance of all known realities, a dimension of chaotic anomalies exists. These cosmic irregularities could ravage time and space if the dimensional barriers were not in place. This space of anomalies has been designated as dimension NU9KAC, a diseased and vile place within the universe, a place containing nightmarish creatures and inconceivable life forms, always dwelling in the dimly lit realm. Still, one civilization has lived and thrived for hundreds of millennia, learning to endure and develop as a society, ever vigilant in the pursuit of knowledge. They are known in dimension NU9KAC as the Bakrata, an extremely adaptable and persistent race. After hundreds of millennia, the Bakrata were led to Cancer, an extremely large planet. Their search to find a sustainable planet was over. It's taken the Bakrata hundreds of years to navigate and learn the planet's secrets. With their advanced technology, the Bakrata have learned to mine a rare cosmic treasure. An ore containing a metallic alloy has been designated trilithium. It can only be found on the charred and lifeless moon Tri-Q3. Trilithium is one of the most durable substances ever discovered. It is second only to quantum quartz. The metal has negating properties that diminish and dissipate kinetic energy. Once the metal conducts a -0 NZ charge, it is nearly indestructible. Even the most extreme forms of energy can barely penetrate or break down trilithium Z's NZ composition. Only the most disciplined of the Bakrata species is allowed to participate in the trials of ascension. These very few are allowed the privilege of what has been termed the death crawl. All Bakrata desire the trilithium metal. It makes them nigh invulnerable, predators of the highest order. Trilithium encases the wearer in a field of NZ energy. It disrupts and absorbs all known forms of energy, including bioenergy. The process is painfully excruciating and often ends in physical disfigurement and even death. For those capable of surviving this grueling event, it is considered an ascension. It is the highest honor of the Bakrata nation. Participants undergo mental and physical training that prepares their bodies for the bonding process. They are allowed to begin with a weapon of their choosing. The survival rate has never exceeded 5% of volunteers who complete the ceremony. As participants complete the trials of ascension, they are from that day forth known as Galaxians. Galaxians are considered power personified. They are not to be trifled with. They survive anything that is thrown their way. For combatants that would attack them, they are considered destruction personified. A single Galaxian can destroy the core of a planet if given ample time. They are each an annihilation force unto themselves. No species encountered has been able to best the Bakrata at war. They are the innumerable. A council is established to oversee the planet's population, the Chaos Oversight. These individuals have been specifically trained to command large populations of citizens. Only the most dominant of wills can command masses through antenna stimulation. Each council member regulates their individual sectors of the planet. They are the keepers of secrets and treasures of Cancer. Amongst the treasures are celestial antiquities known as the Celestial Orbs. These orbs are ancient artifacts that nourish Cancer and provide for all inhabitants. A citizen of the planet is chosen by the celestial relics through antenna stimulation, a sensation which is recognized by man as a dream. The chosen is known to all as the Senior Order, the anchor key for the ceremonial orbs. All is well for the citizens of Cancer for several millennia. On a day the citizens of Cancer will never forget, a day that was not destined to occur, the star that Cancer orbits vanished from the heavens without warning. The displaced planet of Cancer is brutally snatched from its orbit, causing planet-wide destruction across its surface. The star's disappearance causes cosmic stress so intense, it temporarily disrupts NU9KAC's dimensional resonance. The disrupting fluctuations send unstable anomalies throughout the cosmic barrier, which manifest as dimensional breaches across the universe. For those capable of viewing the dimensional catastrophe, it appears as a shattering crack across the heavens. Without the star's gravity, the solar system immediately experiences chaos. Shockwaves devastate the surface of Cancer as it falls into the radioactive void that was once Acubens. The planet Cancer is swallowed as space rushes to fill the void. A new cosmic balance is restored to dimension NU9KAC. While crossing through the radioactive void, Cancer's magnetosphere is ripped away as planet-wide disasters ensue. The atmosphere is severely damaged, and it can barely sustain any life. Those lives on the surface perish immediately as waves of radiation saturate trillions. The planet is spit out into a neighboring dimension where the laws of reality are different. In the aftermath of the Great Migration, the Senior Order declares Cancer's remaining population to be put into stasis. It will take the ceremonial orbs too long to correct such a planet-wide disaster. Cancer's population could starve before the planet completes the healing process. A ruling is declared by the Chaos Oversight and a contingency team established to terraform an optimal atmosphere for this new dimension. This contingency team will guard Cancer's population until the planet heals. There's one member of the Chaos Oversight that does not agree with being put into stasis. He desires to take a more aggressive role in the fate of Cancer. His name is Glurt, and his essence is dipped in conquest. Though he is young compared to the remaining members of the Council, his race is older and wiser than most species in the Alpha Cancri star system. He believes in survival of the fittest, and through conquest he can return the Bakrata to their former glory. It does not matter his world was removed from its dimensional home. Cancer has survived its relocation into this new universe. Terraforming will come second to conquest if Glurt has his way. His people are superior to all forms of life encountered to this day. The Bakrata will continue to evolve as is intended. It will take minimal efforts to invade and set up new worlds. Watching from an ascended plane of existence, 6 true immortals gaze into the universal realms. These true immortals have accomplished destabilizing the first of 12 barriers that protect Paradise, planet Earth. When planet Cancer is violently ripped from dimension NU9KAC, it exits from the void into dimension PU43200, Prime Universe. This cosmic event causes the omnidimensional barriers to splinter multiple fractures throughout the universe, a phenomenon that resonates at every frequency throughout the physical realm. In dimension SUQ300, a being of incalculable power has awakened and hungers. It has not moved for billions of years, and now it stirs. It has survived in total darkness for eons. It has become aware of the damage sustained to the dimensional barriers. The creature instinctively senses life-giving nutrients emanating through the barrier. It begins a celestial process to sate its hunger. A hunger that will ultimately lead to the destruction of all that dwells within the veil. Den Han, AE&M Logistics Factory. East Ningbo, China, Earth. Den Han has been working the docks of Ningbo for 2 years. He's earned the reputation, first to show and last to leave, a dedicated hard worker that was recently promoted to assistant manager. He and a few friends enjoyed themselves last night at an after-hour party. Today, however, Den is late for work. He is normally on his way to the Aeronautics, Electronics, and Mechanics, AE&M, logistics factory at 4:45 a.m. every morning. He clocks in every day at 5, even on holidays. "Oh no, I'm late!" shouts Den as he suddenly awakes. Dizzy with sleep, he makes his way to the bathroom. He quickly addresses daily hygiene issues and grabs his phone as he runs out the door. He hops on his motorbike and glances at the clock across the street. "I'm late," is the only thought racing through his mind. His supervisor normally arrives at work a few hours later than him. With luck on his side, Den could possibly beat his boss to work today. He speeds off to work, leaving burnt rubber on the asphalt. Den broke every minor traffic law on his trip to work. Peace officers are slow to engage misdemeanors so early in the morning. People will stop driving altogether if police issue tickets to every law-breaking citizen. There's more traffic on the streets than Den is generally accustomed to so late in the morning. Den notices that he isn't making good time. He needs to find a quicker way to get to work. Where is the shortcut? He thinks to himself. The river barge travels downstream daily. Maybe he can catch one to work. He's watched the barge enter the China Sea every day for the last 2 years. It is the fastest route to the east side of town. The shortcut took him down an alley toward the river. In his haste, Den almost hit an older man dumping trash. "My apologies," Den yells to the older gentleman. He can see the barge and it's preparing to depart. If he misses it now, he'll have to backtrack and show up even later to work. The route to the river barge has already taken him out of his way. He eagerly blows the bike horn to alert the conductor that he's coming aboard. Den doesn't slow down until he reaches the barge gate, the tires screeching as he brings the bike to a stop. "You barely made it," the conductor says, as if he's happy Den made it. "Thank you so much for waiting, sir." Den pays the conductor as he pushes his bike onto the barge. 10 minutes later, Den arrives at his stop. The barge saves him 20 minutes of morning traffic. Now he has a chance of getting to work before his supervisor. Den hops off the barge and behind the AE&M warehouse. As he approaches the rear of the warehouse, he notices a group of vehicles parked outside a private entrance. It is the same entrance he's planning to use. These are men transporting cargo into trucks using experimental GravTech technology. More questions race through Den's mind. GravTech? Here at AE&M? He wonders. Den doesn't recognize any of the men working. He puts his motorbike in neutral and cuts the power. He decides to take a closer look against his better judgment. Den approaches the front of the closest vehicle and crawls under it. He sticks to the shadows. Time is against him. The sun will rise soon. Slipping from vehicle to vehicle, he dodges the view of men loading cargo. When Den realizes what he stumbled onto, he immediately fears for his life. The warehouse is providing the perfect cover for an underground methamphetamine lab. He now wishes he hadn't stopped to investigate. Den isn't sure of what actions to take, but he knows if he's discovered, he will be killed. The sun is rising fast, and without any shadows, his position will be given away. He now wishes he would have given more thought prior to putting his life in danger. Den attempts to make his way back along the path previously taken. He needs to return to his bike fast, but then someone starts up the lead truck. Den needs to move fast or his cover will drive away. Maybe I will get lucky, he thinks to himself. After Den takes a deep breath, he makes a run for his motorbike. "Who the hell is that?" A man's voice echoes behind Den. Den didn't turn to look. He runs as fast as his legs will carry him. "Hey, get that guy!" Another voice yells from behind. Den is running so fast he can barely keep his balance. When he reaches the motorbike, someone steps from the shadows. "Sorry, kid. Wrong place, wrong time." Den hears a familiar voice say. He squints his eyes, attempting to make out the man speaking. He's able to see the barrel of a gun aimed in his direction. He gasps once he recognizes the voice. The words barely have time to escape his lips. "Mr. Yazir?" Then the pistol fires and there's a loud bang. It echoes in the still morning air, the sun finally rising in the distance. "No!" When the bullet strikes him, Den is blown off his feet. Before his body can strike the ground, a glowing symbol of energy slams into his body. Mr. Yazir stumbles backwards in disbelief as a glowing light overtakes Den's body. When the light from his body intensifies, he becomes too bright to look at, and then he is no more. It is as if Den has disintegrated into nothingness. There's no sign of a body, only a slug lay on the ground. Tholaine Liebenberg. Zin Gold and Diamond Academy, BR3, Rustenburg, South Africa, Earth. Johannesburg is a small mining city and has recently experienced an outbreak of silicosis, a lung disease caused by breathing in the particles of silica that generally saturate a cave's atmosphere. As a site engineer, Thulane is responsible for the logistics of the Atomic Compressed Oxygen Dispenser, ACOD. All ACODs are shipped from corporate headquarters in China, fully tested and operating at peak efficiency. Thulane has received multiple commendations from corporate for his work in Rustenburg. In his 3 years working for the Zin Gold and Diamond Academy, Branch 3, his site has mined more ore and kimberlite than any other branch. His accomplishments at Branch 3 are spreading throughout the corporation. Thulane has requested a full diagnostic of the ACODs from corporate's latest shipment. The initial pre-screens from the ACODs suggest all equipment is within tolerance. Many of the employees are out for medical treatment since the last quarter began. This medical outbreak has caused a noticeable decline in production over the last several weeks. Thulane usually spends his days managing the excavations, not dealing with day-to-day issues. He previously discussed personnel symptoms and conditions with the Johannesburg Medical Center. The nurses informed him that there is an increase in respiratory patients. 42% of those are from the Rustenburg site. With air filtration systems ventilating the mines, they normally achieve better than optimal air quality. This left only one type of equipment responsible, the ACODs. 3 days ago, he sent a package out and is anxiously awaiting a response. In his travels around the world, Thulane has worked with individuals that demonstrate exceptionally unique skills. His cell phone rings and he answers. "This is Tho, give it to me straight." He and the caller talk for several minutes about the ACOD. After requesting an email of the diagnostics, Thulane hangs up and logs into his computer. Once the email is printed, he calls out to his assistant. "Christine, call corporate and let them know that we have a major ACOD discrepancy," he says in a slightly irritated voice. She replies, intriguing. "Okay, Mr. Liebenberg, I'll get right on it." He continues in the same aggressive voice. "Also call Mr. Bellar in Qualifications and Accreditations Q&A and have him bring his team to my office, now." "What the hell is going on in your office, Mr. Bellar?" a voice echoes from Thulane's office. Mr. Bellar and his team of 5 arrived a little over 10 minutes ago. He is the Q&A manager, and his office inspects all new shipments for malfunctions and irregularities. Mr. Bellar continues to plead his team's case. "We have logged every test and individual result during inspection. The Q&A section's policy is to randomly test 10% of all shipped equipment per crate." Mr. Bellar replies with assurance. One of Mr. Bellar's team members excuses herself as she interrupts. She points at the figures on the list that were recently emailed to Thulane. "The ACODs are missing key components from the carbon filters. Preliminary tests will not register this type of irregularity," she says in her most earnest voice. Prior to the end of the meeting, corporate dialed into a live video teleconference, LVTC. Christine is sent twice to retrieve additional diagnostic equipment. After a grueling and intense 2-hour LVTC, corporate commends Branch 3 for their outstanding and thorough work. The Q&A team clean up the 5 ACODs that lay disassembled on the office floor. Thulane and Mr. Bellar continue to discuss future procedures with corporate when a glowing sigil of light phases through the window, striking Thulane from behind. The Q&A team watch in disbelief as Thulane's body rises into the air. As the light engulfs Thulane's body, it intensifies and becomes too bright to see with human eyes. The LVTC with corporate is disrupted and ends. Mr. Bellar shouts at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, get out of the building!" As the screaming employees fled the building, Thulane's form vanishes without a trace. Eloise Rothstein, Petra Zero's shop, Stuttgart, Germany, Earth. After a long day at work, Eloise is eager to get home and pour herself a glass of wine. She works at the Stuttgart University of Applied Science as a professor. She teaches electrical engineering concepts and infrastructure and sustainable energy consumption. She has worked at the university for 9 years. Things have become complacent and repetitious. After locking her doors to the auditorium, she swipes her ID at the security desk. She has always been a polite person and waves goodnight to the security guard at the desk. Her stomach begins to rumble when she arrives at the car. The car also needs gas. Only 2 stops and she'll be home. She finally decides on Petra Zero's shop. It's a campus favorite. She's heard great reviews from the students attending her class. As she approaches the door, Eloise notices the line is a tad long. A long and grueling 15 minutes later, her order is ready. Pleasant thoughts of dinner come to mind as she prays it's worth the wait. 3 men violently crash through the door wearing masks and waving pistols. While she's lost in thought, Eloise bumps into a gunman. The gunman trips and she's knocked to the floor. One of the gunmen grabs Eloise and snarls, "Everybody hit the floor, now!" A sense of panic rushes through her body. Eloise screams as she pulls away. "Let me go!" She cries out as she continues to fight against the gunman. He puts the gun to her head and growled in a deep voice, "Shut up or you're dead." His voice was scratchy and harsh. It screams danger to her. As she attempts to stand and regain her footing, another gunman belligerently demands a way out. Eloise yells at the gunman holding her. She strikes him across the face. "Get your damn hands off me!" With a swing of the gunman's arm, Eloise is knocked to the floor again. He rotates his body while aiming the gun, challenging anyone else to resist his will. Shots ring out and the windows shatter. The gunmen aim and return fire through the windows. The gunmen continue to shoot through the windows as they run for the back of the shop. Eloise cautiously looks out the window and is relieved to see 2 police officers running toward the shop. When the police enter the shop, they immediately scan the room. A young lady points in the direction leading to the back of the shop. One of the police yells, "Stay down!" They run through the restaurant in the direction of the fleeing gunman. The shift manager attended to the customers, reassuring people that everything will be fine. A male student at the university assists Eloise. He witnessed her abuse at the hands of the gunman. She thanks the student as he recovers her bag from under a table. After the bag is retrieved and she checks the contents, Eloise is thankful the night isn't a total loss. After an hour and a half of statements to the authorities, Eloise can begin her trip home. She needs something to help her relax after a night of chaos. When she reaches the car, she searches for her favorite radio station. The shock of tonight's events at the Euro shop continue to weigh on her mind. At least the rush hour traffic is over, she thinks to herself. She'll be home in less than 10 minutes if nothing delays her arrival. As she exits the Autobahn, a smile stretches across her face. Home is less than 2 minutes away. A small glowing object passes through the car window and strikes her. The inside of the car lights up as bright as a star. And then there is only darkness. Eloise has completely vanished. When policemen find the car tomorrow, the engine will still be running. Only a bag from Petra's Euro shop will aid the police in their investigation. Monet Lagos, Amazon Forest Biometrics Facility, South Manaus, Brazil, Earth. Near the Amazon River, outside the city of Manaus, a streetwise young lady searches for her missing sister. Her actions are motivated by fear and desperation, a deadly and lethal combination. She's fueled in her belief of the biometrics facility's kidnapping of her sister, or possibly something much worse. She does not want to think of the facility's intentions with her sister. In her eyes, they are a heinous organization. Her twin sister Kay has been missing since yesterday, and her last known location led to the facility. Monet reached out to the facility staff yesterday, asking for assistance with her sister's whereabouts. When she received the runaround from the staff, she asked a friend of the family for assistance. Curtis works at the Manaus Police Department, and he has the legal authority to check out the biometrics facility. Curtis came up empty-handed and informed Monet that a facility-wide system reboot was conveniently scheduled during Kay's visit. The video feed shows Kay approaching the building, then there's a system reboot. There is no evidence of her actually entering the facility. The biometrics facility previously posted several new job openings on their website. Kay's childhood dreams were coming true. She spent years waiting for an opportunity to interview at the facility. Monet was on the phone when she arrived. They were arguing about the rent. Kay was upset about repeatedly having to cover Monet's half of the rent and felt Monet was unappreciative. There were some things said between them that Monet wishes would have played out a little different. Shortly after Kay ended their phone call, Monet experienced a feeling that something was wrong. The feeling something bad happened evolved into an anxiety attack. The emphatic connection shared by some twins kicked in, causing Monet a painful psychic feedback. She experienced continuous visions of her sister's terrifying abduction. The rage growing in the pit of her stomach screams for vengeance. She hates herself for feeling comfortable killing another person, but she will if necessary to guarantee her sister's safety. She was kicked off the premises earlier in the day. When she asked the receptionist at the front desk about her sister's whereabouts, security personnel arrived and promptly escorted her out of the building. Since her eviction from the facility, she's been scouting for the best way to approach. Ultimately, she decides on the rope ladder that leads down the side of the cliff. The facility is so large it contains an internal sewage and sanitation treatment plant. Even though she dreads climbing through the sewer, she's even more motivated to find her sister. Manette will have to wait for the cover of darkness to make her advance on the building. As she waits for nightfall, she prays that Kay can feel she's not alone and help is coming. Manette swears everyone involved will pay. Earlier, she found her sister's phone at the distant end of the facility's parking lot, squashing any doubts that her sister was taken against her will. Someone deliberately destroyed the phone. It was barely recognizable. As dusk falls across the jungle, Manette approaches the cliff ladder with chain machete in hand. She slips in and out of the shadows to avoid cameras and security guards. Images of the abduction continue to flash to her mind. The visions are occurring more frequently. She scales down the ladder until it comes to a sewage pipeline that extends over the river. Quickly, she slips into the pipeline and navigates her way into the lower levels of the treatment plant. Manette's upbringing in Brazil has made her cunning and guile. She is fearless and doesn't scare easily. The facility also contains an independent hydroelectric substation. It connects to the biometric facility on the level below the sewage system. She finds a hard hat in the spillway and sheathes her chain machete to a strap on her back. Once she crosses the spillway, she can hear people talking. Manette stays in the shadows, slowly making her way to a substation office. More images of her sister flood her mind. Kay struggles in a small, dark place. Manette stops and takes a moment to gather herself, suddenly feeling overwhelmed and out of breath. A skeleton crew is manning the electrical grid section of the facility tonight. She finds an unoccupied office and quickly puts her skills to work. She isn't the greatest hacker, but she knows her way around a computer. After minutes of scanning through video footage, there are no video files showing Kay entering the building. After gaining access to the facility's building plans, she uncovers several hidden levels below the building. Level 12 is connected to a tunnel that expands a few miles and exits the facility. It is the only remaining exit leading from the facility. Manette downloads a quick copy of the facility's floor plans and leaves in a hurry. The tunnel is well lit and wide enough for two-lane traffic to travel through. Huge stacked crates and vehicles line both walls. The tunnel curves a few times as Manette travels to the distant exit. Manette manages to go unseen until she nears the entrance of the tunnel. A group of men loading a vehicle spot Manette attempting to slip past them. They immediately chase her, and she is soon cornered. As the four men surround her, she unsheathes the machete. With a flick of her wrist, the chain is connected as Manette braces herself for battle. She cautiously twirls the machete at her side. One of the men steps forward and begins to speak. "Drop the blade," he demands, and fires a few warning shots at her feet. Another man demands answers in an aggressive voice. "How did you escape?" Manette knew in that moment that these are the men that abducted her sister. Her anger swells so fast it takes on a life of its own. Manette takes a deep breath and waits for a moment to strike. The machete is released with extreme accuracy, striking the gunman in the hand. As the gunman screams out in agony, Manette recalls the machete and again releases the weapon in one smooth motion. Her attack impales the second man in his forearm, relieving him of his weapon as well. The remaining two men pull their weapons as Manette prepares to strike a third time. Without warning, a glowing orb enters the tunnel and strikes her in the chest. Her attackers are as surprised as Manette. The men back away from her slowly as the light continues to spread the length of her body. Failing Kay is the only thought resonating in her mind. The light consumes her body and intensifies as she becomes too bright for human eyes to look at. And then she is gone. Taste my steel.
Mm-hmm.
No, stop. No, stop. Of course.
All right, y'all. I'm back. I'm back. So we had the first chapter, y'all. That was just the first chapter in Flux Celestial Genesis. Try to turn and look this way. So that was the first chapter. I had wrote it down a few notes, but somebody came home and so it was a lot of noise. So what I did was I moved everybody in here in the next room, but I do have to be in the kitchen a lot. So I want you guys, close so I can get to the PC and everything. So anyway, we talked about I discussed in the story, I introduced Dr. Afanasy Sidorov, and then I immediately jumped to the Reaper. Okay, and we're talking about one of the four horsemen of apocalypse, Reaper. And I don't know if you guys caught it when they first said it, but they said like I think he was in limbo, and it says horseman of apocalypse. So it automatically lets you know how the range of where I'm going with this, from man to the horseman of apocalypse, and under the horseman of apocalypse, a Reaper. When Reaper noticed that some immortals, and we'll get to those immortals later in the story, because I don't want to move too much too fast. So the Reaper lets you know, or he oversees the immortals making a deal, coming together, and forcing their will on the physical realm. And when they did that, they were able to cause that later. So after that, we get to the results of what they did actually put a crack in the quantum quartz. That's basically what happens, right? That's the ethereal substance that separates dimensions. So the Reaper saw them do that. But the repercussions of that is when the planet Cancer is ripped from its orbit. When that star, that was an omniversal star. So I have said it before, but hey, this is just the first chapter. Every constellation has an alpha star. You can look it up in Google. You can Google it. Every one of the constellations or the zodiac constellations has an alpha star. In the flux continuum, that alpha star is an omniversal star. Okay, that means it can be seen across every dimension simultaneously. That's what omniversal means. Basically, it has a pure connection to the nexus, and we'll get into all of that much, much later. But anyway, so that's what we was going through, and Cancer was ripped out of its orbit, and it exited on this end, which is us, PU, that frequency that it gave you, because everything, if you notice, it'll be a frequency, okay? Everything resonates at a certain frequency, and even though the physical realm is physical, it could be across multiple dimensions, the physical, right? What's physical in different realms. That's kind of what I was going for. So those okay, so Cancer's here now. Cancer's here in our realm now. This is where it exited at. And then I kind of we introduce Glurt. Okay, so technically, I guess you guys know that'll be the guy for Cancer, right? So we introduce you guys to Glurt, right? Put a little spotlight on him. From there, we move to, I think, Den Han, right? Ningbo, China. And some of these places I've been to in my life, in my military career, y'all. So that's kind of where I get some of this firsthand experience from, the ooh-ah with it. So Den Han was in Ningbo, China. Remember, he got shot basically by his manager, right? And then he goes through the whole orb thing like Dr. Afanasy. So anybody who's getting the orb probably gonna go through something to that effect. And I think after Den Han, I think we went to Eloise Rothstein, I think, the PhD, the professor in Stuttgart, Germany, right? Stopped to get something to eat, and the place gets held up. There's a shootout. She gets, I guess, knocked down or something. Long story short, by the time she makes it home, that orb it finds her right before she gets off the Autobahn. It finds her. Bam. It hits the same thing. And then I think we just went through Manette Lagos from Manas. She when I said streetwise, it just means that a young lady that, you know, she's not an idiot. Okay. Just because you can walk down a dark street don't mean you should, right? So she uses a lot of her common sense, and she got street swagger, if you will. You know what I mean? She know how to move. So that's what I meant by streetwise. Um, and she's looking for her twin sister. So they say twins, some twins, I guess, have some type of empathic connection, if you will. And so, hey, I brought that up, right? But anyway, that's what she's going through, that empathic connection. So she's having flashes and stuff of her sister being abducted, and that's what's driving her so much to find her sister too. And then after that, I think, oh no, I think it went off, right? I think it went off. Tholen Liebenberg. So Tholen Liebenberg was the guy in Africa, right? The foreman of the mines, right? I've been to Africa, yes. So he's down in, I think, want to say Johannesburg, and he's like a foreman, and so many guys are getting sick, and they're trying to figure out what it is. So that's pretty much what it is. I'm still introducing in chapter 1 and 2, so there'll be a lot of introductions, and then you'll start seeing things happen. But remember, this is the Earth-based heroes, those from our universe, the Earth-based heroes. This is their origin story. Okay, so yeah, be on the lookout for it, y'all. You can check my store, and if you like what you see, y'all hit me up and let me know. We start talking, we start interacting, y'all. Then maybe we can start auctioning and doing all other type of stuff. Yeah, I got forced out the kitchen, so I'm here now. Okay, I'm gonna put this second one on for you guys, right? Because I want you guys to get the entire story today, but I don't want to hold you all day too. Because besides, I got to go clean meat. Let me put the second one on for you guys. And here we go. So Instagram, if you guys get lost because it's over an hour, you log in on one of the other platforms, y'all, because it's still being streamed to all 6. Just wanted to throw that out there. All right.
Wait, is this really happening? Chapter 2. Jackson Swade, Washington National Airport, Terminal B, Washington, D.C., USA, Earth. A person can only suffer drowning in bad luck for so long. Jackson Swade is on his way to new beginnings. It's as if a great weight has been lifted from his shoulders, and the time has come for him to start anew. He didn't want to be late for his new life. Being late for things wasn't one of his flaws. He is generally 5 to 10 minutes early for anything that made it to his calendar, a habit picked up from serving in the military. This isn't the time for reminiscing on the past. It is a time to embrace the future. Jackson sits in the airport waiting for his flight to Cleveland. He recently won a contract for Thermodyne Technologies. It's everything he needs to get his network security business off the ground. It has been a dream of Jackson's to work with cutting-edge technology since he was a child. After a grueling 2 hours of waiting, the terminal agent calls for those boarding Flight 2875 to Cleveland, Ohio. Jackson merges into the line behind a family with children. After the events of his former life, Jackson feels he doesn't need a reminder of his past. He immediately begins to dread the trip upon seeing the family. Thoughts of sitting near them almost became unbearable. It's never easy to start over, he thinks to himself. As the family continues toward the back of the plane, Jackson leans comfortably into his seat. Thankfully, he upgraded his ticket to first class, trying to do things different this time around. Jackson spent over 20 years in the military. Maybe it is time for him to enjoy his life. An airline stewardess asks about drinks and passes him a menu. Would you like a snack during your travels? Jackson notices that she is TV pretty, a term he uses for those cursed with beauty. More of a reminder of why he's currently looking for new beginnings. After noticing her wedding band, Jackson opts to simply answer her question. Let me get a vodka with mango juice. After giving the stewardess his order, Jackson pulls out a magazine to read. When the captain begins takeoff procedures, he settles in for the flight. This isn't his first flight. He's heard it all before and continues to read the magazine. The stewardess checks on several passengers before the flight departs. Soon after the plane takes off, the smooth flight is horribly interrupted. The plane begins violently shaking from turbulence. The fasten seatbelt sign lights up. The captain's voice echoes over the intercom. The plane flew through a crosswind as we climbed to cruising altitude. The turbulence has subsided and the seatbelt sign will remain on. A few passengers release sighs of relief when the plane returns to normal. Jackson couldn't resist looking out the window. The plane continues climbing to a cruising altitude. Turbulence shakes the plane again, tilting the plane and veering it off its trajectory. Someone sitting closer to the front of the plane screams, "It's raining meteors!" As Jackson turns to look out the window, multiple trails of smoke extend across the sky. By the time Jackson identifies what he believes to be a glowing hieroglyphic, the glowing symbol slams into him. There's no time to react. "Boica!" Bend over, here it comes again. These are the last words to escape Jackson's lips. Those in first class stop moving and are paralyzed with fear. The passengers watch as Jackson is overcome by light. The glow intensifies by the second as the brightness becomes too bright for human eyes to bear. As quickly as the incident began, it ends, leaving no trace of the passenger who once occupied the now empty seat. The plane quickly levels out and the turbulence subsides. The stewardess cautiously makes her way to Jackson's seat. She must now report to the captain that the plane is unexplainably one passenger short. Murray Collins, America's High School, El Paso, Texas, USA, Earth. The journey at America's High School has been rough for Murray since the move. She is a teenager at a new school in a new city trying to make new friends. She's had to adapt to a new lifestyle since her family's arrival to Texas. Her father was laid off after 15 years at the construction site. With very hard work, Murray has become one of the most popular girls in school. For 3 years, the America's High School has been last in their softball league. Things have changed since Murray has joined the team. They finally made it to the playoffs, and they don't plan on leaving without this year's trophy. The entire team believes it couldn't have happened without Murray. Today is the regional softball championship. The Alhambra Lions are going down. The coach yells into the dugout at Murray, "Collins, you're up!" She'll be the starting pitcher for the championship game. The crowd's cheers can be heard throughout the entire community. She feels the excitement swelling deep within her. The game commentator begins his opening announcements. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Trailblazer Softball. The America's Trailblazers versus Alhambra's Lions. This is the biggest high school game in the female league." There are sports scouts and prospectors at today's game. Murray must keep her focus and allow nothing to distract her. When the first Lions player steps up to bat, the crowd explodes into an electrifying chant. "Lions! Lions! Lions!" Once Murray walks to the mound, she takes a deep breath and exhales. This is the game she's practiced for all year. The Lions batter has her undivided attention. Once Murray finds her center, she exhales and releases the ball. "Strike one!" The commentator's voice echoes over the intercom. After Murray strikes out 3 batters, it's her team's turn at bat. The coach yells out the order at bat. Murray is 4th in the lineup. Her parents wave at her from the stands as she takes a sip of her energy drink. "Strike 3!" Murray's teammate Kelly strikes out, and now it's Cynthia's turn at bat. Murray is currently lost in thought. Her parents recently questioned her judgment concerning the boy she chose to date. They've discovered Murray has been physically intimate with her male friend. She was unsure if her parents would come to the game. A little smile creeps across her face when she notices them in the stands. The Trailblazers currently have 2 outs and no runners on base. As the third batter approaches home plate, she points the bat in the direction of the outfield. If Monica doesn't get a base hit, then the Trailblazers are in for a long game. Monica has the best batting average on the team. After the Lions pitcher releases a fastball, Monica swings and misses. "Strike one!" The commentator bellows into the speakers. Monica clenches the bat just a little harder, and the pitcher releases a curveball. While Murray recalls her father's lectures, Monica completely misses the ball again. "Strike two!" The commentator continues to echo across the speakers. Murray snaps out of her daydream. Her teammates need her mind in the game. "Come on, Monica, you got this!" Murray cheers on her teammate, while Monica grits her teeth in preparation for the pitch. The atmosphere in the stadium is supercharged with electricity. It can be felt by everyone in the ballpark. The Lions pitcher smirks at Monica before she pitches the softball. With hands tightly gripping the bat, Monica swings and crack! The third baseman dives for the ball, but it skips between second and third base. Monica takes off and is rounding second base by the time the Lions recover the ball. She is fast and the first to make a base hit since the game began. The game is tied at 0. The Trailblazers have 2 outs and a player on third base. It's Murray's turn at bat now. It's her job to bring Monica home. She tightens her gloves and steps up to home plate. She and Monica share a tense look. This play will set the tone for the game. As Monica taunts the Lions pitcher, Murray leans into her batting stance. That's when the Lions pitcher releases her branded fastball. "Strike one," echoes the commentator. The fastball rattles Murray a little, so she takes a step back. A quick look into the stands and a wink from her father is all she needs. After a deep breath, Murray steps back into the box and leans into her batting stance. Monica continues to taunt the pitcher as she leads off third base, wanting the pitcher to make a mistake. The pitcher flings a rocket toward home plate, and Murray swings the bat with all her might. Crack! A small glowing object strikes Murray while she's in mid-swing. The crowd gasps as they watch in astonishment as a light engulfs Murray's body. The softball whizzes past first base and into right field. The ball is the only object moving on the field. Murray's form appears to transcend into light, her form hovering above home plate. The blinding light increases in intensity each second. The catcher and umpire both scramble away from Murray's body, their eyes filled with terror. The people in the stands have to shield their eyes. Murray's form becomes too bright for human eyes to bear. "Meme!" her mother screams out as her father runs towards her fading form. The light flickers, and then Murray is gone. Her body has completely vanished. Only a bat lays at home plate. Murray's father stumbles in horror as tears stream down her mother's face. Jonathan Watson, Pearl City Police Department, PCPD. Pearl City, Hawaii, USA, Earth. It's been a long day for Detective Jonathan Watson. His unit has spent the day busting a local drug cartel. It took Jonathan 6 months to gather enough evidence for the appropriate warrants, and now he has last to complete his paperwork that chronicles the day's events. He drops the paperwork off at Lieutenant Strickland's office. A retired veteran that still has some fight left in him, Lieutenant Strickland waves Detective Watson into his office and completes his phone call. "That was an awesome job today, Detective. You kept your head, and your team brought down the Barracuda Surf Gang," the lieutenant said with a grin on his face. Jonathan nodded in agreement and drops the report on the desk. "The gang's 2 homicidal leaders got away, sir. Eno and Wall." The lieutenant reassures Detective Watson that they will be found. Once he leaves the precinct, Jonathan jumps onto his motorcycle. After an excellent day's work, he decides to stop at the Cove, a local hangout frequented by officers from his precinct. The Cove has become the traditional meeting spot for celebrations after a big bust, and taking down the gang is a massive win for the PCPD. This criminal organization is finally being abolished, and the people of Pearl City can sleep a little safer. Jonathan mentally recaps the day's events while he rides to the bar. The PCPD were so close to finally apprehending Eno and Wall, but those maniacs managed to slip away during the raid. These two have caused enough mayhem in Pearl City, totaling in the hundreds of millions. His thoughts are interrupted by a traffic jam. He can't quite make out the reason for the delay. After maneuvering his bike through the vehicles, he arrives at the source of the incident. Immediately jumping off his bike and into action, Jonathan runs to assist those in the accident involving a minivan and a delivery truck. 3 people are trapped inside the minivan. Jonathan calls the accident in and checks on the passengers. "I'm Detective Watson. Is everyone okay?" he asks the man assisting the people trapped inside. "Hey, Detective, I'm Tommy," he responds while helping the mother out the window. The family are a little shook up, but everyone survives with minor injuries. After getting the family out of the minivan, Jonathan checks on the truck driver. The driver is more concerned about the children in the minivan. Once emergency medical services arrive at the location, Jonathan briefs the paramedics. After he has done all he can to assist, Jonathan continues on his way to the Cove. When he arrives at the bar, Carl greets him at the door. Carl's been his partner and best friend for 8 years. The bar is full of policemen celebrating the PCPD's raid on the surfer gang. Carl cheers and the crowd lifts their glasses in honor of Jonathan. "To my partner, Detective Watson. Thanks for the save today, brother." Carl lifts his glass higher and shouts out to those in the bar, "Detective Watson!" Those in the bar echo Carl's words, "Detective Watson!" Watson's quick thinking earlier saved several officers' lives. He's located a set of grenades which were daisy-chained and could have killed several police officers. When gang members began to flee the hideout, their getaway was cut off and they ran straight into the PCPD. All the police in the bar enjoyed themselves for a couple of hours, celebrating making a difference today, until Jonathan receives a mysterious telephone call from an unknown number. He moves away from the others as he answers. Hello? An ominous voice speaks in an alarming tone. You messed up really big this time, oh Apollo. Jonathan looks up from the phone and out the window. He sees a squad of heavily armed mercenaries aiming assault rifles at the bar. Before he can shout a warning to his comrades, bullets shatter the windows of the bar. With barely any time to react, Jonathan drops to the floor. He's helpless to watch as his partner takes a bullet to the abdomen. Jonathan draws his weapon and begins firing at the gunmen outside. Their firepower easily overwhelms Jonathan's single-shot attack. There's chaos in the bar as every cop reacts and aimlessly shoots out the window. A shooter kicks in the door and sprays the room. 2 more cops are hit. You're gonna learn not to mess with the Barracudas, the shooter yells as bullets continue to rip through policemen. Jonathan fires twice and hits the shooter in the leg. The shooter is down, but the door remains open. Jonathan kicks the door closed and makes his way over to unarm the shooter. When he reaches the shooter, a glowing object flies through the window, striking him. Jonathan is immediately incapacitated and begins to hover above the floor. The shooter crawls to the door as Jonathan's form is overtaken by light. Those in the bar witnessing the event will describe it as an unknown weapon. When the shooter attempts to flee, he's shot in the back. They continue to shoot at the attacking gang members. Jonathan's body intensifies until it's too bright to bear. When the onslaught of bullets stop, multiple vehicles can be heard screeching away. Jonathan's glowing body flickers and coalesces upon itself until it completely vanishes. Carl finally recovers from having the wind knocked out of him, just in time to see Jonathan's form disappear. Carl was still wearing his last chance vest, and to think he almost took it off earlier. What the? Are the words that escape Carl's mouth. Everyone attempts to rationalize an open attack on a bar full of policemen. The officers that didn't survive will be avenged. The Barracuda Surf Gang are now at war with the PCPD. Glurt, Gates of Knowledge, Cancer, Crux Scutum Arm, Unknown Star, PU 43200. Glurt is more evolved than most of the citizens on Cancer. He projects a very aggressive demeanor about himself. All citizens residing on Cancer know of his voraciousness when facing an adversary. After the Great Migration, his manipulation runs deep, ever vigilant when recruiting, demanding loyalty or death. He is a master of navigating the exchange, communication through antenna simulation, leaking false deceit of the Council's treachery to populations within stasis, and projecting visual stimuli of nutritious essence-rich planets that can sustain Cancer citizens. The citizens began to collectively stand with Glurt and his plan to colonize this strange and new dimension. Glurt solidified a planetary following years ago when he took the road to ascension. He became a legend on Cancer when he volunteered for the Death Crawl, completing the requirements for his discipline and mastering it in less time than most. He also set new global defeat records in physical combat. It became a celebrated day when the infamous Glurt made the journey into the Trilidium mines of Tri-Q3. With his newfound ascension, Glurt is the first council member in the history of Cancer with such stature. Immediately after the Great Migration, Glurt propositioned the council to open the Gates of Knowledge and allow him access to the ceremonial orbs. The orbs contain the power to save Cancer's remaining citizens. That power can be used to restore the planet. The council denied the proposition of unlocking the orbs, for they are not to be disturbed. The senior order gave his final judgment. The Chaos Order is tasked with protecting the ceremonial orbs. We are not destined to wield them. This court further overrules terraforming planets in this new dimensional realm. We may be the last planet of insectums. Our people will not be scattered amongst the stars. Glurt continues to be at odds with the Council's decision, and in secrecy has the stasis chambers sabotaged. Releasing only the most loyal to his cause, he will be the savior of his world. While the population sleeps, Glurt hunts the contingency team, the only resistance that can stop his plan. He will need to activate the Galaxian armors. Glurt and his forces ambush the contingency team and lay waste to any that will not comply. Shortwave signal disruptions are generated and Glurt has communications scrambled across the exchange. He will soon gain access to the halls of knowledge. While the remaining members of the Chaos Order prepare for stasis, a partial warning of Glurt's deceit is received. With Glurt's forces imminent to attack, permission to open the gates of knowledge is given. A power to build or destroy worlds cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of one consumed by conquest. The council members prepare a vessel capable of securing the ceremonial orbs and delivering them back to the Alpha Cancri star system. The gates of knowledge are opened, and the senior order summons the key. After gaining access to the ceremonial orbs, they are placed in the newly prepared vessel. As the last two orbs cycle into their individual compartments, Glurt's army penetrates the gates of knowledge. When the invaders overtake the guards, the senior order slams the vessel's compartment chamber shut. Another brave member of the council activates the controls, refusing to allow the orbs to fall into Glurt's claws. Before Glurt can give a command to stop the vessel, it blasts off into the upper atmosphere. Glurt's screams of rage echo throughout the halls of knowledge as the orbs begin their journey home. Glurt is so enraged by the senior order's actions that he cleaves his form in half with a single swing. As the senior order lays dead at Glurt's feet, the remaining council members curse him for his actions. In response, Glurt stomps on the remains of the senior order until his form lay in a puddle of unrecognizable organic matter. A brave council member speaks, and Glurt beheads him for his treachery, as an example to the remaining council members of what will happen if they test Glurt's mettle. The council members are now properly motivated by the beheading. Each openly explains that the orbs are forever lost, since only the senior order knew the vessel's pre-programmed coordinates. He was the anchor key for the ceremonial orbs. With him gone, Glurt cannot track the orbs. Glurt bellows in frustration and suddenly halts when a glowing object is located. Glurt knocks him to the floor before he can touch it. One of the ceremonial orbs remains, and Glurt will be its wielder. The council members are gathered before the new army and beheaded for treason. Glurt appoints himself the supreme ruler of the Bakrata nation. This is the beginning of Glurt's new campaign, domination. There is only one choice to make under his command. Trillions will die if his rule is not recognized, for it is absolute. Have things prepared when I return, Glurt demands as he reaches out and embraces the orb. A blinding light engulfs him, and he vanishes from sight. W.L. White III, World Internet News, WIN, New York, USA, Earth. Nationwide reports of humans vanishing in a burst of intense light have gone viral on social media. Several broadcasting news sources have described similar reports. The local authorities continue to report incidents from passengers aboard Flight 2875 en route to Cleveland, Ohio, a high school softball game in El Paso, Texas, and a bar in Hawaii. Witnesses state on 3 occurrences that the victims are struck by glowing alien symbols, causing them to combust and vanish. Authorities continue to investigate the claims. Identities have not been confirmed of those reported to be involved. U.S. officials have yet to make a statement about these strange and bizarre occurrences. Several U.S. military forces are believed to be mobilizing in preparation for war. The Secretary of Defense states that the military is only preparing for a joint world training exercise. The leading conspiracy theorists believe that the Earth is under attack and our world is on alert for invasion. In world news, an employee of the Zinn Gold and Diamond Academy of Rustenburg, South Africa, states that his supervisor vanished in a burst of light. The employee further explains that something not of this earth turned him into this light. Others attending the business meeting state the supervisor was there and then he was gone. The academy foreman is still missing, and there are no leads as to how to find him. In other news, the Thermodine space station in orbit over Russian airspace experienced major malfunctions during secret testing today. Sources say only the top VIP officials of the world were present at the testing. Since returning from orbit, officials have not been available for questioning. Currently, there are only rumors and speculations of the events that occurred in orbit. Nexa, Bridge of Worlds. Virgo, Spica, Alpha Virginis, 4D, R03C0F. On a futuristic Earth which resonates in dimension 4D R03C0F, a lone figure monitors the known universe from the Bridge of Worlds, a place residing outside of time and space, a place only she can access. Her name is Nexa, and she has been chosen by Prism, the angelic celestial, to become the wielder of Widget. Widget is an omniversal psionic engine inverter, which grants its wielder enhanced strength, durability, above human senses, and psi-nanotech weaponry. Widget is also a nice sentient intelligence that is capable of materializing mental projections from its wielder and allows cosmic insight when needed. Widget further provides its wielder with the Portal Generation Module, PGM, celestial technology which allows the user to access any omniversal realm existing throughout the universe. Widget can also communicate with Nexa in a series of beeping sounds that only she can understand. Nexa has been dislodged from time and space, a loner with an extreme case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She takes her responsibilities very seriously and has saved the universe more times than any other in existence. As Nexa monitors from the gargantuan Bridge of Worlds, she runs diagnostics on the dimensional projector. While awaiting diagnostics, the network receives strange portal readings. Widget beeps to alert Nexa of incoming data. It registers as a cosmic, possibly ethereal level threat. This anomaly is inconsistent with the portal's chronocharts. Widget beeps and a sky cycle is authorized for transportation. Nexa jumps aboard the sky cycle and speeds to the anomaly. Widget alerts her of additional incoming portals to dimension 4D-R03C0F, Alpha Virginis. The Bridge of Worlds resonates at a frequency outside of time and space. It can only be navigated with portals. It can only be reached when the cosmic stabilizer is active, and only Widget contains the binary key. As Nexa speeds through the various chambers, she's reminded of Virgo's history and how things have changed since the last war. She recalls the tales of billions of people dying. Widget alerts Nexa of 4 intruders that are materializing in the cosmic armory. She immediately opens a portal to the armory. When she exits the portal, Widget's scanner spikes. As soon as Nexa sees the intruders, her heart skips a beat and she hides. She's too far away to hear what the intruders are saying, but close enough for Widget to scan them. She follows the 4 intruders from a distance, unsure of how they are able to exist outside of time and space. While watching the intruders from the shadows, she observes what she believes to be a cosmic singularity never before witnessed. In the sky expanding out from the Bridge of Worlds, several dimensions appear to experience what she can only describe as a fracture to reality. This must be the anomaly Widget previously warned me about, Nexa thinks to herself. The anomaly registers as the Gift of Powers ceremony. She watches a planet, designated Cancer, as it is swallowed by a massive portal. Events have started that will ultimately lead to the destruction of the universe. As Widget continues to beep alerts, Nexa closes the gap between her and the intruders. Now that she is within proximity, Widget is able to amplify the intruders' conversation. Widget beeps more information concerning the lost planet. The planet Cancer has breached the prime reality, the realm of paradise. The Gift of Power ceremony is occurring in the wrong dimension, space, and time. Now that Nexa is closer to the intruders, Widget can passively scan them. After a quick scan, Widget relays quantum data on the intruding guests. The intruders are saturated in high levels of dark matter energies. Each individual emits multiversal energy signatures. Presage, entropy, 180A041G, radiant, organic radiation. IW, I4E9, decay, organic frequency disruption, OFD. R10A527J, expire, purge, prana-parasitic plague of genetic copies. COK5C7, maze, reality warper. Nexa instantly fears for her life. She's outmatched and extremely outpowered. These intruders are vile and twisted versions of dimensional guardians. She hasn't had to deal with cosmic-powered beings in a long time. She regrets not making friends with more of their kind right now. To beat these dark entities, she's going to need some powerful help. When Nexa finally acknowledges Widget's repeated warnings, she realizes hiding is no longer an option. Since arriving in the armory, Widget has masked Nexa's presence. There is one amongst the intruders, the creature that feeds on the essence of living beings. This is Expire. It is the decayer of souls, master of the purge. Nexa is the only living essence on the Bridge of Worlds, and Widget is having a difficult time concealing her from Expire. Ignoring Widget's warnings, Nexa overrides its system. Target intruders and amplify intruders' audible communications. When she hears the intruder DK mention the omniversal projector, for the briefest of moments she experiences paralysis. The projector is the angelic celestial prism's treasure. a cosmic crystal of unfathomable power, capable of containing the entirety of the multiverse. Now that she has a semblance of what the intruders are searching for, she must return to the Carnelian immediately. Nexa is so focused on the intruders, she has ignored Widget's repeated warnings. Gather the Zodiac Guardians. The cosmic dynamo must be reset. Tholain Liebenberg, geostationary orbit, equator, Earth orbit, Milky Way galaxy. In the geostationary orbit around the Earth, an alien symbol contained within a glowing orb appears from nothingness. The orb releases energy from the sphere while slowly expanding into a human form. An alien alloy spews from the orb, encasing the energized form and protecting it from the vacuum of space. A thin, amber-like substance encases the head and face. The cyanotech alloy molds into a dark citrine-colored exoskeleton, more advanced than anything on Earth. Golden alien symbols glow as they highlight the exoskeleton. Transparent amber bands levitate above the housing in the forearms and lower legs. The orb locks into place, and the being's new heart hums to life. As the male form slumbers, the celestial gestation comes to an end. The neural pathways in his brain are supercharged, reconverting data into binary-based code, which can send data throughout the brain in a neuropulse. This allows neurons to bypass the brain's organic pathways. In his new form, he's been imbued with celestial energies. He is now an ambient energy-absorbing conduit for processing information and technology. He's capable of accessing universal knowledge as it emits from particles. Tholain has been celestially augmented, and his physical form exceptionally enhanced. He is now a living network with access to universal information, able to generate technology and weaponry from the quantum quartz bands. His exoskeleton empowers him with amazing stamina and durability. The exoskeleton provides a self-sustaining, breathable environment, while granting him the ability to survive in all known environments. There are numerical equations and variables which are cataloged within the mind of Tholain. Data is absorbed from the very environment surrounding him. Information is aligned and categorized in alien equations, symbols, and mathematical formulas in search of answers. Tholain's eyes blink as he stirs from the gestation process. He is immediately aware of his surroundings. He is further aware of the possible dangers that his world will soon face. The Imperial Codex neurofeed has informed Tholain of the orb residing in his chest. It is an ancient artifact possessing incredible power, a cosmic treasure known as the Imagination, an omniversal bioengine inverter that grants the wielder with universal sapience. The amber bands housed at the forearm and lower legs are tools composed of the unbreakable substance quantum quartz, Q-quartz. They are directly linked to his inverter, an extension of himself. He is able to wield them with extreme precision. Tholain has much more than before. He has become the celestial harbinger Intech, a man infused with information and capable of creating any technology he needs to construct. Now that I'm one with the orb, my awareness has become galactic. Something inconceivable is happening to all of creation, yet I cannot ascertain from where. Why else would the Gifts of Power ceremony have begun on Earth? Intech ponders over the questions racing through his mind. He is aware the ceremony should never have occurred in this dimension. He desires to know, what has changed? Intech locates and deciphers an embedded message encoded in the orb's neurofeed. Information from the Gifts of Power ceremony, a universal event that should never have come to planet Earth. Intech locates and deciphers an embedded message encoded in the orb's neurofeed. Information from the Gifts of Power ceremony, a universal event that should never have come to planet Earth. Intech takes notice of his current environment. He is in Earth's geostationary orbit. Earth looks so far away to him. He has never been in space before. After taking several moments to admire Earth's beauty, he contemplates several strategies and plans to save his world. The orb has transported him to the satellite ring surrounding the Earth. It is the largest gathering of digitized information for the planet. Intech reaches out with his new abilities, accessing a nearby satellite. The knowledge of his abilities has been embedded into his subconsciousness. He wields his abilities as if he was born with them. A small shard of Q-quartz is released and latches to the satellite, bypassing security and encryption protocols and taking control of the satellite. Igniting the satellite's thrusters, he steers it to intercept with his position. A longer shard of Q-quartz is released from his forearms, sealing the satellite in a protective coating. Intech quickly releases and outfits the satellite with Q-quartz thrusters, enabling the satellite to safely achieve interplanetary capabilities. While descending to the Earth, Intech accesses NASA's signals and transmits his plans and flight path to Mission Control. At his current speed, he will reach the Earth's surface in less than 20 minutes. Once the satellite enters the upper stratosphere, 3 American jet fighters approach his position. Intech intercepts their communication signal while the pilots are reporting to headquarters. He informs the pilots of his intentions to land at the United Nations headquarters, UNHQ, in New York City. It is overwhelmingly unnerving for the pilots to watch a man surf on a satellite. After authenticating with Mission Control, the jets escort Intech to the designated coordinates. Once Intech thanks the pilots for the escort, he brings the satellite to a stop in midair. As the satellite slowly descends outside the UNHQ, an armed convoy approaches Intech's landing position. All eyes watch in astonishment as a house-sized satellite lands at the RM playground. When he jumps from the satellite, the Q quartz reassembles at his forearms and legs. The members of the convoy approach cautiously as Intech walks to greet witnesses of his arrival. Every agent present with a gun aims it in his direction. "My fellow humans, there is no need to fear." Intech greets with an extended arm, a movement considered too fast for some, and an overly committed agent fires his weapon. Intech catches the bullet, and while facing the shooter, firmly speaks again. "Again, you do not need to fear me." His new cosmic bioengine unlocks, allowing Intech to extend a field of sapience and a message that all can understand. "I am Intech, wielder of the imagination. I am born of man, and I have a message for Earth's leaders. An intergalactic war is coming to our world." Taste steel.
Okay. Hope this battery don't go out. All right, I'm putting on my clip, y'all. All right, here we go. All right, so we back. Let's was that number 2? So that was chapter 2, y'all. And this is where it brought us to. Okay, so we already know what's going on, chapter 1, right? We talked about that. Afanasi, the first guy that got hit, that opened the spatial rift. We talked about the Reaper and the Immortals. We mentioned the Galaxians and the near destruction of the planet Cancer. Den Han, Ningbo, China, Tholen, Johannesburg, Florida. I said Florida. Johannesburg, South Africa. Eloise, Stuttgart, Germany. Monet, Manas, and Jackson Swade, Denver. I think he was in Denver. Murray Collins, El Paso, Texas. So, and y'all, these are just some places that I either toured, visited, or was stationed in the military, right? So, I use what I know to write these stories. Now, Jackson. All right, let's start there because that's chapter 2, right? We start with Jackson. He's in the plane. He just started a new life, opened a business as a contractor. These are some things I was learning while I was getting out the military about contracting and everything. And I just, poured everything that I was going through in my life into the story. So that's kind of what came out. I kind of modeled Jackson after myself. Well, how I probably would react, I'm a little different. So after that, we went to Murray Collins. Murray Collins is the young lady that was playing softball, and she's here in El Paso, and that's where I live at. I live in El Paso. So, I had to, of course, I retired here, so I had to show love to El Paso, and we got one of the characters from El Paso, Texas. She's the youth, 17. She's approximately 17 years old. Then we went to Jonathan Watson and PCPD, Pearl City Police Department. And of course, they just did a big bust. They caught so many of the bad guys. He went through, what he went through, right? He got shot at the whole 9. And everybody who's getting hit by these orbs on Earth, this is their origin story. Okay, so everyone on Earth, this is their origin story. There are other characters too that you'll start seeing, like Glurt, who's from Cancer, right? But it's still technically his origin story too. Okay, so, and remember, I know these guys left, right? Well, let me move forward. Glurt. So we talk about the Great Migration, and the Great Migration is when that planet basically fell through the spatial rift or the wormhole and actually exited here in the prime universe, right? Like our universe, like 432 ohms, right? So I also mentioned about the exchange that the cancer or the insectums have, the bakrata. They can speak to each other through antenna stimulation. And if you're a master of it, like Glurt, you could be extremely manipulative. So it's almost like it's not telepathy because it's more like a hive mind, but there are certain insects that know how to navigate though, that hive mind. They're extremely efficient at it. So those tend to be the ones that are stronger willed and push their influence on the rest of their society. Yeah, it's what it is, y'all. It's what it is. All right, and then we jump to Nexa, right? So Nexa, I make sure you guys understand she's guardian of the multiverse. Okay, that lets you know we already got a character that's already doing stuff out here in the universe. Okay, she's from Virgo, right? And even though I know she's on the bridge of realities. I think that's outside of time, and so she portals to that place. But her home world is Virgo, or let's say her home constellation is Virgo. All right. So Nexa is actually was picked a long time ago, like over 1,000 years ago, to be Prism's ugh, what is Prism's harbinger or guardian, right? So she's been doing all of this the whole time. All right. And then we look at what Nexa was doing. She, from her perspective, like where Virgo was during this part of the alignment, she's looking from an external view, and she can actually see what's happening to Cancer, right? Being on the bridge of realities, you can see all of these excess things. You know how it is, like almost cosmic, mystically type. So she can see what's going on with Cancer as she jumps on the sky cycle and starts riding out. But she looks up into the sky, and it's almost like it's a moon, like our moon is to us. She can look up and see what's going on, and she's like, "Whoa!" And then, of course, Widget, her Cynanotech weapons cache, right? It's a AI. It's nice sentient, like almost alive, like Vision, probably. You know, Vision, like the synthezoid. Yeah. So something like that. So she actually watches Cancer star, pow, disappear, and that's an omniversal star. Remember, I told you all the alpha stars are omniversal stars. So if you looked at the universe as a whole, omniversal stars are more like the thread in the firmament that holds the rest of everything together. So these alpha stars are extremely important in the flux continuum. Okay. But anyway, that was with Nexa. And then we just heard Intech, right? Intech Tholen Liebenberg from Johannesburg, in Africa. He's coming back. Where has he been? We'll figure that out in book 2. I do go through what each one of the characters go through, but for momentum of the book, I had to move it a certain way. So Tholen comes back, and he comes back in the satellite field around Earth, the geostationary orbit field, right? Because that's where everybody pretty much put their satellites at, and that's where like all the data, regardless if you can get into it or not, it's it's the most data, or let's say the most access to data, because it's up there. And so he comes back. He gets the Cynanotech armor. He looks he looks dope, right? He uses his quantum quartz bands to grab one of the satellites. He surfs it back, and while he's doing all this, he's talking to air traffic. He's letting them know that, hey, I got your satellite. It's gonna be okay. And he's also, he's talking to the how they always show on TV how the two jets come up on you and they're gonna escort you to the landing field, like where you gonna be at. But Intake had already took care of that. He told them where he was going, air traffic security. Never seen anything like it. So they pretty much said it ain't like we can technically really do nothing about a guy surfing on a satellite. And this satellite is like it's like a small apartment, about the size of a small apartment, like a mini house or something. And so he's pretty much surfing on it. He comes into the UN, he puts it down. And again, you always got people who who I don't want to say they're necessarily afraid, but people attack what they don't understand. I don't know why we don't know better, but to me, just somebody always has to do something silly, and we can end up in an intergalactic war and have our planet damn near smudged out because somebody was overzealous. It's just what it is. But again, I thought that's what training was for. But anyway, moving on. Intech gets fired at, but no foul, no harm because he catches the bullet, and then he's after he catches the bullet, he lets him know, and he opens up his orb. And since he's information technology, he's able to reach them with his sapiens field, right? Information, right? Technology. He can create the technology, anything he wants, and he has the information. So he's pushing this information or projecting it out, and possibly like in the form of light. And everybody that's in that aura is not mind control. It's just putting them at ease and letting them know, hey, I'm here and I'm human. And he probably shared a little something of him with them so they understood, like, oh yeah, we knew that guy or whatever. So anyway, to let them know, hey, I'm human. I'm not something else. I'm human. And I'm not mind controlling or nothing. So basically he lets them know that. And then again, that's where we stop at. So we're getting ready to move. Yeah, I think I put everything in order because I'm writing down little notes so I can stay, with you guys. I'm not rambling all over. But, if you like the story, you like how it's going so far, go ahead, check out the store on Whatnot. If you're on Whatnot, everybody else, you can check out the website. It's flux-zodiac.com. And that's what we're doing. We're introducing all the main players in the Flux Celestial Genesis. It's a 12-book series. I'm currently on book 5. I published 3 books. And whenever you guys are ready, to show a little support, y'all come on out, hit me up, let me know what you need. And we got a whole lot of merch and everything, from sweatshirts, posters, mini posters, tumblers. Yeah, and I got stickers, and I got some other things that we generally sell like locally. And sometimes people not run through them, but they purchase them up, and so it's kind of hard to put all that stuff on Whatnot, right? It's every little thing you got to write something about it because you want the customer to make sure they understand what they get. But anyway, that's enough of that, y'all. We gotta get back to the story, and I got to get back in the kitchen and finish seasoning the meat and stuff. Okay, so here we go with chapter 3.
A Ceremony of Gifts and Powers, Chapter 3. W.L. White III, World Internet News, New York, USA, Earth. W.L. speeds through the streets of New York. He is desperately racing to the UN building. The radio is broadcasting reports of a futuristic man from space landing at the UN HQ. Once WL arrives at the UN building, there's complete and utter pandemonium. Every media outlet in the city fights for the perfect position. WL, over here! It's Charlene, his camera woman. I'm set up and ready to record, OG, she says while scrambling her way through the overly crowded mezzanine. I thought I told you to stop calling me OG. Have you seen the spaceman? WL asks as he tries his best to keep up with her. A hand reaches out and pulls him through the crowd. It's Charlene, and she points at something while replying. See for yourself, and welcome to the future, OG, Charlene says with a wicked grin on her face. WL watches as Intech walks across the courtyard. He's completely at a loss for words. Charlene has to snap WL out of his daydream while handing him a microphone, motioning for him to do his job and report. Quickly correcting and adjusting his tie, WL begins reporting on the event. Good evening, New York City, and welcome to World Internet News. I'm W.L. White III, and we are live today at the UN HQ. A man has landed on Earth from outer space. He is claiming to harbinger a message of an alien invasion to Earth. He states his name is Intech, and he was recently chaperoned into the UN HQ. He is currently being detained in a secure holding cell. All attending dignitaries have been alerted, and embassy leaders are awaiting further instructions. The human race now has reason to believe that man is not alone in the universe. World scientists are demanding that Earth's leaders approach this situation with extreme caution. After the press conference, WL begins compiling recent information of Intech's arrival. Once Charlene hacks the security cameras, WL is able to monitor Intech's actions. While monitoring the security cells, Intech accesses the internet using an advanced holoquartz technology. After several minutes of working with the technology, Intech establishes an advanced virtual college online. He refers to the college as an information inquiry matrix, beta version 1. IQ_matrix.beta/earth/science/technology.theory. This technology will grant Earth's leading scientists an opportunity and the necessary exposure to create advanced and theoretical scientists. If we are to survive are the words currently greeting those that access the IQ matrix. There are category tabs in the IQ matrix that WL can't access. He did, however, notice that data is accessible in over 3,000 languages. Once a user receives authorization, a notification will be generated by the IQ matrix, which will include the user's login credentials. The list includes top government officials, military personnel, scientists, inventors, and engineers from every country around the world. While WL watches the IQ Matrix tutorial, a live video stream begins with a Texas senator. He is filing a petition with the county clerk at the U.S. Court of Federal Claims. Government agencies and several private organizations have come forward. Intech is being accused of revealing proprietary secrets and exposing information to the general public. Several of these files are currently classified above POTUS, President of the United States. Agencies are furious Intech is not adequately being detained. While confined to his cell at UNHQ, cameras stream video of Intech disabling the locks. As several agents attempt to apprehend him, their weapons malfunction and they're incapacitated. While navigating through the UNHQ, cameras show him addressing multiple people. A levitating translucent screen hovers near Intech as he calls names of individuals that should immediately report to the Security Council chamber. Agents are no longer attempting to detain him, aware of the results when any attempt is made to stop Intech. A source within the UNHQ claims Intech removed the holoquartz helmet and appears to be a human male of Afro-Euro descent. His warnings of an alien invasion are being dismissed as fake news by leading government officials. A UNHQ spokesperson has stated, for the record, all UN officials are requiring evidence of the war coming to Earth. The leading scientists are attempting to prove how Intech is able to achieve his extraordinary abilities. Jonathan Watson, Magnetosphere, Electromagnetic Field, Earth Orbit, Milky Way Galaxy. The universal forces that repel magnets with equal polarities protect the planet by deflecting the sun's harmful radiation. A unique energy signature randomly spikes throughout the magnetosphere. An alien object not of this reality expands into a male humanoid form, siphoning energy from the magnetosphere. A white cyanotech alloy encases the humanoid form, while blue Q-quartz protects the head and face. As construction of the exoskeleton nears completion, the orb wielder slumbers. As he wakes from days of celestial gestation, he's stunned by his surrounding location. What feels like a dream to him has become a reality. He immediately recalls the Imperial Codex, a series of programs embedded in the orb. It is a biocelestial genome capable of upgrading and amplifying neurological and cellular control centers. It enhances all biological networks and systems within a form. He recalls the omniversal gift that is bestowed to him, and he is aware that a great enemy is coming to Earth. The bioengine inverter NRG has become his new heart. I am one with the pulse, he thinks to himself. He is gifted with an uncanny and unbelievable power. Pulse's power is photon-based and grants him the ability to manipulate and control electromagnetics, EM. Pulse recalls the events of the ambush on the local PCPD at the Cove. His partner Carl took a bullet to the abdomen, and then Officer Watson experienced nothingness. In a sudden burst of power, Pulse descends to Earth at near faster-than-light FTL speed. He is unsure of his partner's fate. It is highly possible Carl did not survive. With thoughts of Carl's condition, Pulse vanishes in a burst of electromagnetic radiance. Instantly, he appears over the islands of Hawaii. Yes! He shouts as he plummets towards the island. Even with knowledge of his abilities, this is incredibly new to Pulse. A few days ago, he was a policeman. Today, he is an enhanced human capable of teleporting. Pulse hovers above the cove, bracing himself for the bad news. As he lands in front of the bar, a few civilians pull out their phones. When he walks into the bar, every customer freezes in their tracks. Several of the people whisper with excitement as each discuss the new spaceman that just arrived. When Pulse releases the cue cords from his face, a young woman stutters, "John, is that you?" The waitress doubts her eyes while approaching him. "Yes, it's me, Cicely," Pulse answers with a smile on his face. Even as he inquires about Carl, Cicely screams at the top of her lungs. Relief washes across her face as she releases a barrage of questions. "Is there going to be an alien invasion? How many of you are there?" Another customer intrudes with her own inquiries. "Are you here to protect the Earth too?" Pulse barely hears what the intruding woman asks. Carl's health is his first concern. "Where did they take Carl? What did you say, ma'am?" Pulse asks with a bewildered look on his face. The woman motions for him to look at the television. A local news station is running a continuous story of a man arriving from outer space. He is at the UNHQ discussing an impending attack from outer space with world ambassadors. W.L. White III, World Internet News. Portable IQ Matrix, Earth. W.L. admires a case of highly advanced equipment. He is one of the few chosen to receive this new technology. A being believed to be from outer space arrived 2 days ago claiming to be human. This new software guarantees no lag streaming through state-of-the-art technology. The IQ Matrix is a more secure network. It is AI interactive and designed to interface with the human mind, capable of coordinating global movements. It further extrapolates any and all data referencing a query. It is highly recommended all citizens sign up for IQ Matrix accounts. Even now, WL wonders, is this man truly here to prepare Earth for an intergalactic war? A story of a second enhanced human passes across WL's IQ tech. It's being reported that a local officer of the Pearl City Police Department, PCPD, in Hawaii has resurfaced. The officer was believed to have been assassinated after a gang ambush. A local woman posted a picture on social media with the new spaceman. The picture is tagged with the caption, #Pulse. When local reporters caught up with Pulse, he stated that he is merely an enhanced version of man. After inquiring about a fellow officer, witnesses state he simply vanishes. Even as WL envisions the moment, he allows the words to slip from his lips. Earth has superhumans. Once WL completes the tutorial, the IQ Matrix tunes to a live stream at the UNHQ. Intech discusses implementing global security strategies and protocols to protect the solar system. After a majority vote from world leaders, Intech's proposal is denounced and the alien invasion considered nonsense. While Intech attempts to plead his case to the UNHQ, a second enhanced human materializes in the auditorium. WL notices that Intech and Pulse don't appear to know one another. Everyone present watches in silence as the two men from space greet one another. I am Intech, wielder of the Imagination. I am Pulse, wielder of the NRG. After the two enhanced humans greet, Pulse reiterates on behalf of Intech's proposal. After an agreement is reached, it is voted that the enhanced humans be vetted. It is decided that the National Security Agency, NSA, will lead all investigations concerning the enhanced humans. Now that the world's governments and military officials have voted on Phase 1 of the Oscillation Barrier Initiative, locations for building foundations and infrastructures are next on the list. Intech recommends a proposed timeline which prioritizes how the world should proceed forward. The Earth should immediately institute a global defense initiative for unprecedented extremes. Intech states contact with alien life forms is imminent to Earth's future. The human race must establish a planetary defense capable of destroying any extraterrestrial societies that would target our world. WL sits at his desk reading the new equipment manual, knowing the world will never be the same. Murray Collins, 25 degrees north by 71 degrees west. Bermuda Triangle, stratosphere, elevation 15.78 miles, Earth. A storm brews in the lower regions of the stratosphere. Sparks of temporal energy spill forth from nothingness. An alien object of improbable power is the cause for this storm. The Bermuda Triangle has remained shrouded in mystery for centuries. Theorists believe it is a nexus to otherworldly realms. At the center of the storm, the alien orb siphons temporal energies, gorging on the transdimensional gateway. It is very ancient and technologically more advanced than anything man has ever seen. As the temporal siphoning comes to an end, slowly the sphere molds into a human female form. A yellow cyanotech alloy spreads across her form, sealing the head and face in crimson Q quartz. As gravity begins to take its toll on her body, the temporal flare subsides and the storm disperses. While falling to the Earth's surface, she awakens. There is no fear on her face. The last thing she recalls from her previous life was standing over home plate. Now, visions of otherworldly destruction and universal chaos dominate her mind. A cosmic orb resides within her chest. It confirms it wasn't a dream. The Imperial Codex grants her with an awareness of the impending danger. Even while she continues falling to Earth, she recalls a warning to an imminent and horrible future. Even as she falls from the stratosphere, she can see temporal trajectories, quantum stabilities, and ripple effects. For days, she has endured temporal isolation and accelerated perceptions. She has been gifted with the omniversal bioengine inverter, Time. It empowers its wielder with temporal manipulation and accelerated dexterity. Friction is who she is now, and her job is to help save all of creation. As temporal energy expands from her orb, time slows to a crawl. She moves effortlessly to the surface, along the particles saturating the atmosphere. While her temporal field is active, she perceives time in fractions of a second. Even water cannot escape the effects of friction's temporal field, trapping all that is slave to time in the presence of her field. After landing on the water's surface, she looks around to properly acclimate herself. She has changed and is no longer 17 years of age. She now physically appears to be an adult. The excitement is almost too much to bear as she releases screams of joy. Thoughts of home and her parents come to mind. She knows they are hopelessly depressed right now. Even with a bioengine inverter for a heart, she can still feel her parents' loss. As the bioengine calibrates for atmospheric conditions, she speeds across the ocean's surface. Time appears to move in slow motion. She runs so fast that a huge spray of mist forms in her wake. Friction doesn't slow down until she sees the El Paso City sign. Once Friction reaches the front door of her home, she collapses the temporal field and time resumes normally. Allowing the Q quartz to drip from her face, she knocks on the door. Her father answers, and screams of joy echo through the house. Mama! Tears pour from his face as her mother rushes to the door. Her mother stares at her daughter, relieved that Mireille has returned. Friction can see the disbelief and excitement in her mother's eyes. A smile spreads across Friction's face once she's snuggled in her mother's embrace. There is fear and panic in her mother's voice when she speaks. Mimit, does it hurt? What happened? How did this happen to you? Her father interrupts as he wraps his arms around his family. Let's get inside. There's a storm coming, her father says while motioning his family into the house. A sandstorm lingers in the distance, drifting in the direction of El Paso. I prayed that you would return when the other two spacemen came back home, Meme. With a puzzled look on Friction's face, she asks about the others. What other two spacemen? W.L. White III, World Internet News, Portable IQ Matrix, Earth. While familiarizing himself with the new IQ equipment, WL is alerted to abnormalities registering on the new equipment. A major sandstorm has swept over El Paso, Texas, causing multiple accidents on I-10. Several eyewitnesses claimed that a yellow blur whisked past during traffic, and minutes later they were overtaken by the storm. The atmospheric barometer doesn't show any predicted sandstorms for the location. With the appearance of a second enhanced human, UNHQ authorities believe in the possibilities of a third. Since WL's satellite access is still pending, he won't be able to continue the investigation. A local woman in El Paso claims she saw a woman in yellow high-tech armor in her neighborhood. In the Gulf of Mexico, a huge spray of water has painted the horizon in a spectacular array of rainbow colors. Several sailors yachting near the location uploaded pictures of a rainbow sunset. After the IQ matrix extrapolates all entries from social media networks and other resources, a close-up of the pictures reveals a footprint in the water. This weather abnormality is believed to have originated somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle today. He thinks to himself, no way, there are 3 enhanced humans? As a live feed streams the female's arrival, WL's eyes are glued to the screen. I am Friction, wielder of the time. I have come forth to assist the 2 harbingers with saving the world. While watching Friction speak, WL marvels at Earth's new superhumans. Additional details of Friction are being uploaded to the screen. She is the high school student that vanished a few days earlier. The UNHQ authorities are now suggesting enhanced humans provide proof of birth and citizenship to the government. Each have agreed to release and upload all necessary documents to the IQ matrix. Intech continues to release elemental formulas and chemical compounds, data that will assist scientists with creating and designing cutting-edge technologies. The UNHQ is requesting volunteers from any man or woman that is educated in a mechanical and/or technological field to please take the IQ matrix evaluation exam. The POTUS and world leaders have been at UNHQ discussions for several days. The enhanced human development now answers the long-debated question, is there life amongst the stars? Intech is the first enhanced human to make contact with man. He brings a global warning of an alien invasion to Earth, but he has not produced any visual data of the invading species. With the appearance of a third enhanced human, the world's governments are taking the threat of aliens seriously. The enhanced humans are currently operating in New York City out of the UNHQ building. Dr. Afanasy Sidorov, Planetary Core. Things are not always what they seem to beings that believe themselves superior to all they know. Every man is clueless to what truly thrives or exists within the universe. Man doesn't even know of the treasures which dwell deep within his world. The Earth has been gifted to human beings. It contains what can only be explained as a singularity. An Ethereum gelled core emits a quantum signature which resonates in extra-dimensional energy. This has been masked by Earth's electromagnetic field. An omniversal orb vibrates onto the Earth's physical plane of existence. It absorbs energy created by the tremendous pressures and quantum emissions of the Earth's inner core. The orb begins to expand energy into a human male form. Then, it releases a violet cyananotech alloy to coat the form, as a dark crimson Q quartz coats the head and face. The cyananotech's glow fades as the armor completes assembly. Dr. Sidorov awakens with alien memories of quantum symmetry and frequency cohesion. The omniversal bioengine inverter, DIN-ZT, has come to Earth. Dr. Sidorov knows he is no longer simply a man, but the harbinger Phase. During his neurofeed-induced coma, he gains the knowledge and experience to wield these abilities. He is instantly aware of his current dilemma when he awakes. Any other man would have ceased to exist if they were under such extreme conditions. Before him is a 400-mile pulsating core composed of pure Imperium. The scientist in him screams inside for him to explore, but he's been gone for a few days, and there are things that need to be done. Phase extends the quantum field, allowing his physical form to become immaterial. He then begins his journey to the surface. He can increase his size astronomically, becoming as large as a small moon. If necessary, Phase can also decrease his size to near microscopic scale. His density can be increased until he is nigh invulnerable. Phase can further manipulate particles within the quantum field by altering an object's universal frequency. While Phase propels himself upward through the Earth, his thoughts are of the Imperial Codex's intelligence and data feeds. He is aware of the cosmic complexity of the universe. Its diversity expands further than any mind can fathom. The neurofeed warns of an imminent war that can bring an end to all of creation. Phase recalls the accident aboard the Thermodyne space station. The DIN-ZT came through the wormhole and struck him. The station's emergency protocols are to evacuate all non-essential personnel from the station, while security engages any threats. He prays those aboard the space station survived. He believes the threat coming to Earth is his responsibility. He can't allow Earth's destruction because of something that's his fault. While making his way through the various layers of Earth, Phase takes notice of unknown minerals and gas pockets. The scientist in him desires exploration, but there are greater threats coming for his planet. He is unaware of the sequence of events which have occurred during his absence, and wonders if Earth is aware of the threat coming. As thoughts of Delia's love fills his heart, Phase alters his course for home. He can only imagine the suffering she's endured, believing her husband perished in space. He surfaces in the Russian cove near the Bay of Anadir. As shipping boats return to port, sailors notice Phase's arrival from the water. The human eye can't see quantum frequencies, so Phase appears to be an intangible ghost. After arriving at the beach, Phase is greeted by 3 orb wielders that materialize before him. Phase immediately takes a defensive stance, his hands pulsating with quantum energy. As each of the orb wielders steps forward, they individually greet Phase. Do not be alarmed. I am Intech, wielder of the Imagination. I am Pulse, wielder of the NRG. And I am Friction, wielder of the Time. Phase relaxes his aggressive stance and replies to the orb wielders. I am Phase, wielder of the DenZT. They each radiate great energy. Phase can feel a ceremonial affinity with them. While acknowledging the orb wielders, Phase nods his head and inquires about recent events. Why have you come to Anadir? Intech responds to Phase's question. The orbs we possess are not meant for this planet. When the orbs arrived on Earth, this planet became ground zero for a universal threat. We will need your assistance and the others to save our planet. GLERT, Gravitational Anomaly Wave, Magnetosphere, Cancer Influence, Milky Way Galaxy, PU 43200. Since entering this new dimension, Cancer continues to experience chaotic gravitational anomalies. When the planet entered this dimension, its moons were greatly damaged. Only the moon Tri-Q3 remains whole, but it is slowly drifting away from Cancer. The further Tri-Q3 moves away from Cancer, the greater the strain to the planet. Cancer is continuously ravaged by gravitational spasms, resulting in tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and chaotic weather patterns. It will not be long before the planet rips itself apart. An ancient omniversal orb containing unimaginable power tears through this dimension's protective barriers. The orb syncs with this reality's vibrational frequency. It is the bioengine inverter Gravite, a cosmic treasure that empowers its wielder with gravitational fluidity. As it siphons energy from the sporadic gravitational anomalies, it molds the energy into the form of a galaxian, while layers of Psi-nanotech alloy spread across the energized form. The face and antennae are layered in Q-quartz. The Psi-nanotech exoskeleton is highlighted with his former trilithium armor. A scream echoes in the night sky. Gravite has awakened from his slumber. He remembers the destruction of his planet's black UV star. He recalls the Senior Order's denial of access to the gates of knowledge. Gravite believes this to be a cowardice and selfish act. The Imperial Codex has granted Gravite with insight of a brand new dimension, a dimension in which multiple worlds thrive in light. Hundreds of thousands of different life forms roam these worlds. There are so many worlds capable of providing nourishment for Cancer. The neurofeed has granted instinctual knowledge of his new power. It further increases his intelligence and galactic awareness. The bioengine inverter has made him so much more than a galaxian. Gravite takes notice of his new armor, marveling at the ingenuity of the exoskeleton. He can feel something has changed within the orbs. They have never been wielded in this manner. He marvels at the power of his new bioengine inverter. Amazed at the reforming of his previous last shell, it now highlights his new last shell. Gravite will have to correct the gravitational inconsistencies of Cancer's new environment to save his world. He is angered by the Senior Order's negligent actions in saving their world. It continuously gnaws at him during his waking moments. Gravite can see the gravitational flaws of negative particles from the Alpha Cancri star system. The particles arrived in this dimension with the planet when it was swallowed by the Great Scar. Reaching out with his new abilities, Gravite relieves the gravitational stresses to the planetary environment. It is only a temporary solution, and Gravite can feel it slipping away. He instinctively understands this environment needs more mass. He will need something large enough to stabilize the gravitational instabilities and sustain the environment's ecosystem. Since the Gifts of Power ceremony, he is no longer simply a being of instinct. Gravite has been exposed to human ingenuity. Soon, Gravite locates an asteroid of sufficient size and mass. With the fate of Cancer and his people at stake, he slowly pulls the asteroid out of its original orbit. The asteroid is nearly the size of Earth's moon. It strains the limits of his power. After great effort and near exhaustion, Gravite maneuvers the asteroid into position. Then, with all his power, sends a massive gravitational discharge into the asteroid's core. This intensifies the asteroid's gravitational influence. The new moon's gravity will collect the negative particle debris. They will soon become rings around the planet. After resting in orbit and regaining his strength, Gravite returns to the halls of knowledge. Gravite is greeted with great praise by scores of his followers. All have witnessed Cancer's planetary realignment, an event which is broadcasted to all through the Exchange Network. Now that Gravite is aware of new worlds, they will soon bend to his will. He will reacquire the ceremonial orbs, and this dimension will fall before him. Commander Kriempti, Frequency Distribution Switch, FDS. Exchange, Halls of Knowledge, Cancer, PU43200. While activating his antenna harness, Commander Kriempti receives an incoming signal from Gravite. After achieving a secure signal, Gravite briefs Commander Kriempti of his plans for Cancer's new universe. Gravite has recently amassed great power, more than any Bakrata in history, even more than an enchanted queen. Commander Kriempti adjusts the antenna harness from narrowband to wideband signal. Supreme Gravite desires to address the newly awakened. The Exchange Network maintains high signal traffic for days. Commander Kriempti begins to relay the signal to the masses, to every Bakrata on the planet. Counselor Glurt has become a living supreme. The suffering that Cancer endured during the Great Migration is over. All praises to his name, Supreme Gravite. All praises to him. The old ways are now over. Long live Supreme Gravite! The command to explore Cancer's new galaxy is authorized to Muerg commanders. The massive atmospheric terraforming machines are brought aboard the Muerg Armada. Muerg are the largest biological creatures to ever be recorded by the inhabitants of Cancer, once only indigenous to dimension NU9KAC. They are necessary for the Bakrata to achieve interstellar travel. It is how Bakrata are able to conquer other worlds. Once a Muerg is domesticated, it becomes like a creature of the pastures. They will transport Supreme Gravite's armies across the stars. Any citizen reported or discovered to be disloyal to our Supreme will forfeit their essence to the beyond. Supreme Gravite has chosen a commander for long-range insertion into this new dimension. The once mentor to our Supreme, Commander Trimble, has been chosen. The recon team's primary mission is to locate the planets within the cultivating zone of a star. After locating planets that are within the proper zone, a Muerg will be dispatched to terraform the planet. Commander Trimble also has a secondary mission, which has not been shared with the general public. His mission is to find and locate the Gifts of Power ceremonial orbs. The remaining armadas are to secure a perimeter. It will extend 2 light-years from Cancer's new environment. Each armada is tasked with constructing perimeter hives. When the call to arms is given to the masses, the entire society comes forth. The Muerg are boarded with as many volunteers as each can carry. Then the skies of Cancer become littered with the armada of Muerg rising into the new unknown. Commander Kriempti relays coordinates from Supreme Gravite to Commander Trimble, and the journey begins. Only the most mentally gifted can sway a Muerg. Commander Trimble is no novice and streaks into hyperspace. Commander Kriempti ends the signal relay with Supreme Gravite and is lost in his thoughts. He ponders who will receive an orb. Monet Lagos, Upper Atmosphere, Photosphere, Corona, Earth's Sun. The sun incinerates all that is ensnared in its gravitational influence. At 10,000 plus degrees, it provides light and heat to the solar system. An ancient artifact of unknown origin blinks into this plane of reality. discharging sparks of alien energy. The artifact siphons energy from the sun's coronal environment. That energy is molded into a female human form. As a crimson nanotech alloy streams from the orb, it protects and coats the form. Yellow Q quartz smears across the face, head, and lower abdomen with hair that radiates light, yet does not emit thermal energy. She struggles through her waking moments, overwhelmed with emotions of freeing her sister. She is momentarily stunned and in awe while taking notice of her current surroundings. She is the first human to ever witness this phenomenally exotic and breathtaking view. The Imperial Codex has gifted her with cosmic awareness. It further prepares her mind for evolved thinking. After orienting herself to the solar system, she takes notice of her new form. A smile creeps across her lips. She looks amazing. While admiring her exoskeleton, the message embedded in the Codex gives pause to her vanity. She recalls a universal event that will span the heavens, an event so catastrophic that the Gifts of Power ceremony has inevitably been set in motion. She has received the omniversal bioengine inverter, Kindle, granting her the ability to cause exothermic reactions in most universal substances. She can further control and manipulate the source of any fire exposed to her. Someone previously violated her sister's freedom. They will soon answer to Ember. Her newfound power will ensure her sister is avenged. As she notices the sun moving away from her, Ember realizes she is not a slave to gravity. As the sun continues its journey, Ember scans the solar system and locates Earth. It glows with a beautiful blue aura, the brightest of all the planets in the solar system. She unsheathes the chain machete and strokes the blade as it emits a harmonic sound. An ethereal fire burns along the machete, a fire that burns more than physical matter. The machete sings its name to her. It is holy, a splintered fragment of divine cherub. With her new bioengineered heart, she expands its solar field and blasts off for Earth. The anxiety of her sister's kidnapping is definitely taking a toll on her mental stability. When she is seen from a distance, Ember glows as bright as a star. Even with her streaking across the solar system at top speed, it takes almost an hour to reach Earth. Ember doesn't slow down until she enters Earth's upper atmosphere with only one objective in mind: to save her sister. Fang, Isle of Pluto, Sagittarius, Rukbat, Alpha Sagittari, DI-101B09. An immortal being kneels at the grave of his only friend. His name is Fang, of Qi. Fang mourns for his Funtan, a centaur assigned at birth to protect him until death. Fang has been in exile since he was an infant. He has only known Sil, who long ago saved his life from the immortals of paradise. Fang is the rightful heir to the throne. He has been exiled for 1,000 years. The time has come for him to take back what is his. Even now, as Fang kneels at Sil's grave, he reflects on the events which led to her untimely demise. She was mortally wounded when they hunted the winged razorbacks, hogs of the sky that nest on Pluto Isle during the animal's mating season. It is the one time during the year when an alternate source of food can be acquired. The male razorbacks have evolved over the last 500 years into very territorial and extremely aggressive creatures. After trapping a razorback and netting, Fang attempted to subdue the creature. Another male razorback targeted Fang in an attempt to free the captured hog. When Sil noticed the razorback charging Fang, she attempted to block the animal's attack. Her attempt to aid Fang did not go unnoticed, and the razorback changes direction at the last moment. The creature was able to clip Sil's lower legs, but she managed to get the netting around the creature. As Sil cautiously approached the struggling animal, a third razorback attacked and savagely impaled Sil's human half. The creature's tusks ripped through her ribcage, leaving a gaping hole in her chest. An unholy sound wailed out across the afternoon sky as Sil's hemorrhaging form falls to the ground. Fang continues to relive the last moments of Sil's death. His body trembles and shakes involuntarily as tears stream from his eyes. She is all he's ever known during his time in isolation, teaching and training him to one day take back his legacy. Believing when he took the throne back, Sil would still be by his side. He remembers the story she would tell him of long ago. His parents created a haven to welcome the immortals of paradise. Fang's father Qi was once the god of dragons. Dragons are mystical and eternal creatures that guard the portals of ascension. Qi could create amazing creatures by blending life forms together. His favorite and greatest creation is a race of human-horse hybrids designated as centaurs. His mother, Ariel, was a goddess of wind, a first-generation elemental. Qi and Ariel were once immortal royalty before the immortals of paradise arrived on the beaches of Sagittarius, affecting higher intelligence. The immortals arrived in Sagittarius infected with a neurological disease. Fang could only imagine the horror the immortals caused upon their arrival. Syl always explained with fear in her voice, the massacre that befell Sagittarius's lands was genocidal. The arriving immortals somehow became infected with free will, a psionic delusion that mentally incapacitates and degenerates an immortal's higher functions of thinking. It compels them to embrace human desires and ideologies. This ultimately causes immortals to deviate from their celestial responsibilities. During the first wave of arrivals to Sagittarius, Qi and his armies of centaurs fought valiantly against the hordes. The savage immortals raced across the islands of Sagittarius, attacking any that would oppose their rule. Those that ruled in paradise desired to continue their rule in Sagittarius, but this realm was ruled by Qi and Ariel. Millions of Sagittarians perished during the arrival. For days there was anarchy and chaos. When the king and queen fell, their bodies were brutally desecrated and finally fed to the Leviathan. As the Leviathan sank below the waves, the remaining Sagittarians bowed before their new rulers. In the distance, a young Funtan races from the battle, carrying the child of Qi and Ariel to a hidden land. After mourning over Syl's grave for days, Fang finally gathers himself. When he returns to the cave, a letter and a package sit on his bed. The letter is from Syl, explaining the contents of the package, a weapon crafted by her especially for him. He was to receive the gift after they returned from hunting. The package contains a broadsword inscribed with ancient symbols along the blade. The blade contains a glowing gem which emanates a mystical energy. Fang shares an affinity with this ancient energy. This blade is his father's tooth, Gloom, forged in the white flames of the ethereal realm. It is Sagittarius's most powerful weapon. Fang studies the mystical Qi blade until a sound at the cave's entrance alerts him of an intruder.
Oof. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Wow, right? Oof. That was, I think that was number 3, right? I think it was number 3. Yeah, it was number 3, y'all. We got 2 more to go. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm still drinking coffee, still shaking off last night. So I wrote down some notes, like I told you guys, giving you some insights on some of the things that happen. So we started, I think, with Intech. I think we started with Intech. No. Intech already came back. So W.L. White III, that's where we started at. So W.L. White III, he's a character based off, loosely myself, but he's a reporter and he's a documentarian of the Flux Continuum. So it's almost as, and I know the story's complex, it's a lot of moving pieces, but it's almost as if W.L. White is experiencing what's going on with on Earth, and everything that he's exposed to, he he starts writing about it. He's a reporter, right? And at the same time, he's documenting everything. So he's a documentarian of the Flux Continuum. So everything that he's privy to so far, he's cataloging it, and that's why I was showing how he was tracking each one of the different people he heard about, each one of the harbingers, right? Each one of the zodiac guardians, when they disappeared in the flare of light, he's tracking all of that. So I just wanted y'all guys to know who that guy was. So he plays a okay part. He's a reporter, but he's witty. He's been around. He has experience. So he's not just some idiot walking around like, hey, I got to do this and do that. No, no, he knows he has to be clever, right? Okay, so after that, Pulse wakes up, right? Um, in the magnetosphere, he wakes up. That was Jonathan Watson, right? He wakes up. He goes through the same nanotech armor thing, finds out about his power, realizes that moving by FTL, he can basically teleport anywhere within a strong enough magnetic field. So hypothetically, if he was on the moon, he couldn't teleport. The magnetic field can't support his teleportation, but on our planet Earth, it can. So he's doing that. And then Friction, right? The young lady from El Paso, right? Now, I also released another gem right there when I stated that she was 17 years old. Now she's 24. So if you're looking at each one of the humans that were hit by an orb, their bodies are being reverted back to its prime, if you will. So depending on your age, depending on how far it can revert you back, right? So basically, it pushed her forward. She was 17. She hadn't reached her prime. So it pushed her to like 24 years old, 23, 24, right? Which is, could be wrong, but consider her prime. All right. So Friction, each one of these heroes come back, or these harbingers come back, and they have certain abilities that's going to totally, work out as we build the rest of the universe. Right. All right. Then Phase came along, y'all. He was Dr. Afanasy Sidorov. The spatial rift, you think like what happened with this guy? He disappeared, and he's the one. He kind of blames himself. He blames himself for what happened. He believes that the portal he opened, and some things are just fate, right? Destiny, but he takes it personally because it happened on his watch. So that's where he's at. Gravtate. So Blurt has come back. He immediately made himself the supreme. So in Bakata or in Sectum language, the supreme means God. So he's now the cancer god. Um, the people or his society looks at him like he's greater than any queen because they know how powerful queens are, right? Through pheromone manipulation, right? Okay. So Gravity is able to save cancer because after being ripped through that wormhole, cancer was struggling. Um, you know how like when you do an earthquake, you have aftershocks, but these were greater than aftershock. These gravitational influxes were ultimately going to end up tearing the planet apart because he couldn't find balance, right? So he manipulates the moon, and then he manipulates an asteroid, infusing it with enough density so the pull will be right, and it stabilized because he can feel that. So he stabilizes his planet, and he goes back down, and he pretty much put out a mission, and then that's how we transition to Commander Klimte, right? And Commander Klimte, he's just a Bakrata that's in charge of the exchange network. I forgot what I called the exchange network, but it's called the exchange, right? But he's the switch. He's at the main switch or the hub, and he's basically Gravitate's communications commander, right? And this commander is the one that's basically he's kind of like W.L. White is for Earth. He's kind of like that for the Bakrata. So Commander Trimble, he basically tells what's going on, how Commander Trimble has, and he just relaying stuff that Gravity told him, I guess, that he could put out. Kill me with this, I guess. But he just basically did that, okay? And then after that, who came out to Commander Crimte? Who came out to command? That was it, right? Commander Crimte? I thought I heard somebody else come out there. Oh, so now we introducing our second Alpha Guardian. Now, Alpha Guardian, the first one you met was Virgo, right? The second one is Fame. So you guys, this is the second Alpha Guardian. That means he's like 1,000 some years old too. So these are just guardians that were already living their lives before, already had their abilities or whatever for last whatever, however long they've been living and whatnot. But all of the rest of them, the ones with orbs, this is their origin story. So there you go. But Fang, basically, you guys find out that Fang is the heir to Sagittarius. You find out that he's been recluse and in hiding for like almost 1,000 years, y'all. But he has to get strong enough to go and face what he has to face. And what he has to face is basically what I told you guys is uh he actually well, his father, Key, like like Street Fighter, right? The Key energy. So his father's name is Key. He's a dragon, the god of dragons. And Key basically was informed that he needed to set up a place that was regal and royal because the gods were coming, if you will, right? So all the gods from Earth, the vampires, Dracula, all the gods, okay? Zeus, Ra, all the gods, all of those guys are coming to Earth, or all of them are being washed away from Earth because in the Great Flood, because the Earth is being turned over to man now, right? Officially. So when you see that Olympus and all of them, they kept going away and they're not supposed to intermingle with us, that's because the time was coming, right? That's kind of how I looked at it, right? And so everything that's not human is being washed away. So all the magic, majority might be a little bit of magic left, but most of it, it's gone. Um, and when they wash up on the shores, the immortals, right? The gods, if you will, they wash up on the shores of Sagittarius. They're used to being the gods. They're used to people worshiping them. They're used to being in charge. And you being told that you ain't in charge no more. So um it's like leaving eighth grade, going to high school. When you get there, you knew again. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. Same with going to college. So you start at the bottom again, you have to rise up. So they basically just attack them. They attack. And with all of the combined power of the gods, I mean, you got to look at all the gods, right? The Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, the Mayan gods, all the gods, right? All of them, right? And they all just followed each other and they went in, then they disseminated the land up and all of that. But he was dragged from the battlefield and hidden on the Isle of Pluto. And we say that because Pluto has an I think it's eccentric orbit of in our solar system. So I kind of looked at the island doing that too. But and these islands are different, okay? The islands of Sagittarius basically they're land masses that float or orbit around a star. Right? You got all these islands that orbit around the star. So you look at it more like if our asteroid field was closer to our star. It's more like that. All these different islands, and each one is almost like a different rim within a rim because these gods can't. They'll end up overlapping, then it'll be total chaos and war. But again, that's on an ethereal level, and we're gonna find out all of that about the gods and everything, y'all. We're gonna do all of that. But right now, we just on book one. So, if you guys stay with me and you rock with me, support the brand, we'll get there, y'all. We'll get there. I can't wait to write that Sagittarius story though. I'm really geeked up about that one because Fane, this is my favorite one, okay? Fane's half dragon, half elemental. That means his mom is a first generation elemental. That means they are the most powerful before they were diluted by whatever. And since she made it with the what do you call him? The god of dragons. Then you got to think in your mind like, whoa, Fang is insanely powerful, right? So he can fight on par like some of the big guys, right? So it's just I'm trying to give you a feel for this guy, man. Anyway, I got to get back. I got more meat. You know what I'm saying? The season. I haven't even broke out the ribs and the brisket yet. So it's season, and clean right now. Let me get back to it. I'm gonna go ahead and hit you guys with I think you had 1, 2, I think we did 3. And we should be on part 4 right now. So, y'all guys rock with me. We got this one. I'll come back and do my commentary again. And we'll do the last one. I'll do commentary again. And then, I'll go ahead and release you guys for the day. But, hey, remember, my store is out there. You guys want to support, you just go on over there, hit the store. You can even get $5 stickers. I'll make sure they get to you. Yeah, y'all. Hey, and again, it's our weekend to cook family dinner. So we got to cook a lot, y'all. So y'all keep rocking with me, and I'll be back right after this one. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Problematic perceptions and confrontational engagements. Chapter 4. W.L. White III, World Internet News, Portable IQ Matrix, Earth. As W.L. scrubs his journal's timeline, he corrects any deficiencies in the enhanced human's arrival. He is interrupted by a live feed showing evidence of a fifth enhanced human. She has appeared at a biometrics facility in Manaus, South America. The local news provides live footage of an enhanced human's destructive rampage against the facility. The enhanced female possesses a liquid-like fire that is discharged in streams of plasma. Local firefighters are having an extremely difficult time extinguishing these fires. Any and all efforts to stop this enhanced female are failing. She has devastated the biometrics facility and destroyed hundreds of acres of Amazon jungle. First responders believe civilian casualties to number in the hundreds. A survivor of the biometrics facility has come forth and made a statement. La Señora del Fuego, Lady of Fire, is looking for someone. I believe it is her sister. She says someone at the facility has kidnapped her. Commander Trimble, Command Center, Occiput of Muerg. Recon Muerg, Ventura, Urt Cloud, PU 43200. Commander Trimble sits in the command center of his Muerg. In another universe long before the Great Migration occurred, his Muerg was christened as the Ventura. He has commanded the beast since the destruction of the invading armies from Scorpio. Commander Trimble is sent ahead to recon a special set of coordinates provided by Supreme Gravité. Commander Trimble takes a moment of silence to praise the ceremonial orbs. Without the orbs, Cancer could never have survived being violently removed from Alpha Canceri and transported to this alien reality filled with light. Commander Trimble secretly envies the power of his former student, now his world's new Supreme. Thoughts of Supreme Gravité linger deep in Commander Trimble's consciousness. Gravité possesses only one of the ceremonial orbs, and he alone was capable of saving an entire planet. As Commander Trimble marvels at the power of his new Supreme's abilities, stabilizing Cancer's orbit in this new realm, Council Member Glurt has ascended into the Bacrata Supreme, a living god amongst mortals. His power is greater than any queen has ever possessed. As Commander Trimble thinks about the future of his world, he ponders the accomplishments Supreme Gravité will bring the Bacrata nation. With an increase in chatter on the exchange, Commander Trimble anxiously interprets intel shared with his fellow commanders. The armadas receive coordinates to planets containing cosmic treasures, celestial conduits which possess nourishing essence. As Commander Trimble accesses the Muerg commander's virtual hive, he licks his jaws to keep from drooling. Planetary dimensions and frequencies. Earth, PU 43200. The homeworld of alien mortals identified as humans, sentient beings with an internal are armed and highly skilled with ingenuity, yet it is not understood how they achieve it. They are an incredible source of bioessence, and their world is saturated with life. Assignment: Commander Trimble, Recon Muerg, Ventura. Aquarius, AU-10KEF. Homeworld of the Empyreans and Morning Dew. Two species occupying the same planet and are adept at aerial and aquatic lifestyles. They possess internal skeletons and behave with a semi-hive type intelligence. Their technology is formidable, yet these two species do not conquer others that are inferior to their society. They are extremely territorial, yet are instinctual creatures of habit. Assignment: Commander Hundri, 2nd Conquest Fleet, Hyperstreak. Entropy, SU-01Q00. Believed to be an enigmatic sentient parasite, an entity that is the entirety of its dimension. It behaves as a bottom-dwelling organism, a primal species with only the basics of instincts. It is further rumored this cosmic entity has a parasitic nature and may contain hitchhikers that assist it in finding sustenance to sate its hunger. Assignment: Commander Demron, 3rd Conquest Fleet, Maul. Taurus, PB0BY0B. A harvesting planet with evolving plant-based species, which has no defenses. The society is new and will need time to pollinate the planet. Terraforming equipment may increase evolutionary progression of plant-based species. Assignment pending. Scorpio, BC8MA7, the lost world of arachnoids. As the destroyer of the queens, they are the mortal enemies of Bakrata. This planet can no longer be detected, nor can its life signs. The enemy possesses an external skeleton. Assignment pending. Capricorn, IWI4HB. Homeworld of Mordix, a life form capable of achieving an extremely dense shell. Males can emit high-pitched frequency discharges. No further information available. Assignment pending. Aries, BW10D0A. Banished world of the Star Chasers, a broken planet sustaining two life forms, the bioenergy Star Chasers and organic Aryans. No further information available. Assignment pending. Gemini, 180A042A. Homeworld of the Metas. They are binary-dependent organisms. This life form possesses an internal skeleton. No further information is available. Assignment pending. Libra, COK5E2. The Amorians possibly possess superior technology. No further information is available. Currently cloaked. Assignment pending. Leo, R10A540E. Realm of Animalia. No further information is available. Unable to locate. Assignment pending. Commander Trimble is overcome with a joyful sensation after receiving the intel. These new dimensions house such beautiful and mysterious wonders. Prior to departing Cancer's new influence, the Ventura was equipped with the latest in antenna and wave modulation technology. It enhances the Muerg's natural senses and aids in discovering the faintest changes in vibrational levels. When an alert blares through the Muerg, Commander Trimble checks the scanners. A massively spherical cloud of frozen gases is on a collision course with the Ventura. Scans reveal multiple layers within the anomaly. The Muerg is due to intersect with the anomaly in less than a lunar cycle. The frozen cloud is composed of rock and dust. The core scans as stable space. An echolocation pulse, ELP, is fired into the cloud, revealing several anomalies containing high-frequency signals residing within the stable space. Commander Trimble orders the Muerg to drop out of hyperspace. His instincts scream for him to investigate. Soon, scans reveal that a low-yield thermonuclear force holds this anomaly together. When commanded to enter the gas cloud, the Muerg attempts to avoid the anomaly. Commander Trimble has to exert his will until the Muerg obeys. As the Ventura approaches the immense celestial cloud, the Muerg continues to resist Commander Trimble's directives. The Ventura's second seat, 2S, reports the anomaly contains an internal environment saturated with essence. His name is Danger, and he may one day become a future commander. Commander, the anomaly contains multi-spherical layers within it. There is an extremely stable environment near the core. Commander Trimble delays the Ventura before entering the alien cloud. The Muerg trembles involuntarily, as if sensing an unknown danger. Commander Trimble ponders the dangers that can be inflicted on the vessel as they penetrate. The Muerg will have to acclimate through each sphere as it penetrates deeper. The decision is made, and Commander Trimble requests a status report. Due West Danger, what do the scans show? Danger quickly replies to his commander. The system has overloaded from the Muerg's instinctual impulses. The exchange integrity has not been compromised. Commander Trimble replies in a booming voice. Prepare the vessel for osmotic insertion. Danger echoes Commander Trimble's orders and straps into his pod. Commander Trimble will have to exert his will and mentally force the Muerg to exceed its instincts to flee. He will not falter and primes the Muerg for entry into the anomaly. It is a mentally taxing event that will leave him exhausted. When the time comes, Commander Trimble tightens his antenna along the back of his head and exerts his will. The Muerg's huge form buckles as its muscles tense before it pierces the anomaly. Commander Kriempti, Frequency Distribution Switch, FDS, Exchange, Halls of Knowledge, Cancer, PU43200. After establishing a secure connection with the Ventura, Commander Kriempti reviews its profile. This particular Muerg has received various honors for reconnaissance missions during the Scorpio campaign. Once the Muerg pierces the anomaly, images are transmitted through the exchange. The anomaly's membrane is composed of planetoid-sized bodies of rocks, gases, and ice. Commander Kriempti smiles when he receives information of the anomaly. The anomaly has been designated as a Cooper. It is cosmic influence that often contains celestial treasures, left behind by immortal beings that ascended to the ethereal realm. The Muerg easily evades the cluttered debris within the Cooper's membranes. When the exchange network begins experiencing signal degradation with the Ventura, Commander Kriempti reports that contact has been lost. He informs Supreme Gravite of the Ventura's progress, and there will be more updates when communications have been reestablished. Karma, Stream of Realities. Pisces, Aurisha, Alpha Piscium. MDZ031DL. In a place where the laws of physics can be molded to an individual's desires, a young woman rides a winged unicorn to her ascension. Today, she achieves womanhood while becoming a deity and the queen and protector of Pisces, a birthday she will never forget. As the unicorn glides above the stream of realities, she is filled with a nervous excitement. Her name is Karma, and today she will finally get to hold her parents. Karma has lived her entire life, never holding her parents' true form. They appear to her as enigmatic ghost fish. Her father, Stygian, is red, and her mother, Harmony, is blue. One should have ascended 1,000 years ago, but they chose to stay and raise Karma. The other is destined to become an angelic celestial for dimension MDZ031DL. In a battle of good versus evil, a parent must die for Pisces to survive. Thousands of years ago, the divinity sent the Reaper to order all immortals to depart paradise. The ruling immortals formed a pantheon to decide who would compete to become dimensional guardians. These guardians will ascend and later be known as angelic celestials, entities to ameliorate the continuity of each realm. The pantheon decided that a tournament will decide who would become guardians. Once Stygian discovers Harmony is with child, he stole one of the 12 cosmic treasures, trophies. Several immortals chase Stygian from the vault, trying to stop him from activating the treasure. When Stygian crashed through Harmony's temple, 2 immortals bound and restrained him. Harmony instinctively reacted and turned each of the immortals' abilities against themselves. As Stygian recovers, he shows Harmony the treasure. She knew he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Never able to make amends for this deed, they would be hunted down and beheaded and stripped of their immortality if they did not flee the earthly realm. Harmony nodded her head in agreement as she and Stygian embraced one another. As the unicorn flies just above the waves, it appears to race across the stream of realities. Karma looks across the magical land she will soon rule. The 6 moons of Pisces sparkle in the early morning sky. They are close to reaching alignment. Soon, the royal authority of Pisces will be entrusted to her, and she shall wield the bands of order and chaos. It will be her responsibility to protect all that is Pisces. Today, her parents will assume human form and complete a ceremony that should have ended 1,000 years ago. When she arrives at the altar, her parents swim near the infinite portal. As Karma passes through the masses, they bow in her presence. She has only known life on Pisces as a princess, trained in the arts of combat and magic. As she approaches her parents, she smiles and quickly dismounts the unicorn. After greeting her parents with motions of hugs and affection, Harmony asks Karma if she is ready. You will become the physical manifestation and authority of power for dimension MDZ031DL, Herald of Magic. Are you prepared to become one with Pisces, Karma? Once the coronation ceremony begins, Stygian and Harmony place themselves on opposite sides of the infinite portal. Karma watches with eyes wide open, not knowing what to expect. Stygian possesses a dark and powerful aura. Harmony emits an empathic clarity. Together, they nuzzle Karma's bosom and rub their forms against her. They release power into Karma, using her connection to call forth the bands of order and chaos. Karma watches her parents with mixed emotions, her family all together for the first and last time. As the bands of order and chaos materialize within the portal, Stygian and Harmony assume their immortal forms. Stygian resembles a human male with red skin and pointed ears. His eyes are yellow and he sports a set of fangs in his mouth. Harmony stands as a female woman with blue hair and eyes. Her fairy wings flutter as she hovers slightly above the ground. Karma's parents both reach for her with open arms. When they touch, the bands of order and chaos glow with a purple hue. A planet-shattering explosion interrupts Karma's coronation. Karma and her parents stare as one of the 6 moons of magic is dispersed into broken fragments of a moon. The infinite portal flickers as the connection to the bands of order and chaos become unstable. Another moon shatters into thousands of chunks of space debris. The infinite portal flickers again and begins to fade. Stygian and Harmony look into each other's eyes. They nod their heads in unison in agreement. Together, they hurl Karma into the portal. Stygian sprouts red bat wings and takes flight. Harmony shouts to her daughter, "Locate the bands of order and chaos. Gather the guardians." Even as Harmony cries out to her daughter, Karma weightlessly and helplessly watches as her father falls from the sky. The portal closes, and Karma descends into the unknown. Ember, Amazon Forest Biometrics Facility, South Manaus, Brazil, Earth. When Ember returns to Manaus, she immediately engages the biometrics facility. In her vengeful state of mind, those she believed responsible for her sister's disappearance lay in molten pools of organic food. The receptionist from the front desk screams for her life as Ember drags her through the hallways. After reaching the center of the facility, Ember burns a hole deep into the sublevels, where her life was forever changed in the tunnels below. Several days ago, her sister's cell phone was found in the parking lot. Employees at the facility were dismissive and vague when questioned. Now she has the power to force the truth from their lips. Today, she will not so easily be dismissed. Today, they will not respond with lies. Today, she will have only answers. Her anger is fueled by repeated visions of her sister's abduction. Piles of liquefied carcasses litter the halls, each of them believed to have played a part during the kidnapping. Even now, the receptionist's skin blisters from the searing heat generated by Ember. Ember continues to question the receptionist about every person encountered until they arrive at the tunnel's opening. This is where Ember originally confronted 4 men that recognized her as her twin sister, Kay. "Where is my sister?" Ember asked the receptionist while gritting her teeth. When the receptionist looks into Ember's eyes, she believes her life is coming to an end. "I will burn your arms and legs off and leave only your head and body. Now answer me. Where is my sister?" Ember continues to threaten the receptionist. "You will not die. I won't let you. Where is my sister?" She growls and continues squeezing the receptionist by the neck. Finally, with little to no strength left in her body, the receptionist manages to utter a few words. "They took her to Roraima." The receptionist responds and passes out from the strain. "Where in Roraima?" Ember demands from the barely conscious receptionist. An incoming surge of energy disrupts the interrogation. Flinging the receptionist into the wall, Ember braces for combat. She can sense the electromagnetic energy distortion and expands her solar wave field. 2 figures appear as the EM field collapses. "And you are?" Ember inquires from the newly arrived orb wielders. "I am Pulse, wielder of the NRG. I'm busy," Ember nonchalantly responds as she turns to face the female orb wielder. Friction replies in a calm tone. "I am Friction, wielder of the time. Can we talk for a minute?" Ember rebuts. "Like I said, I'm busy. You're a wielder, as are we. Surely you know our world is in danger," Pulse curiously inquires. Ignoring Friction and Pulse's inquiries, Ember approaches the receptionist. As she reaches out to grab the woman, Friction reacts at super speed and removes the receptionist faster than Ember can react. Placing the receptionist in Pulse's care, Friction prepares to engage Ember. Extremely agitated with Friction's interference, Ember discharges a stream of energy at the receptionist. Pulse's EM field deflects Ember's attack, protecting himself and the receptionist from her fury. "I'll draw her attention and you take a shot," Pulse relays to Friction as they each plan on approach to attack her. Pulse discharges multiple electrostatic blasts at Ember, giving Friction an opportunity to strike her. While Ember deflects and dodges Pulse's assault, an opportunity opens for Friction to attack. At super speed, Friction lands several punches to Ember's body. In normal time, the assault sends Ember tumbling out the distant end of the tunnel. "Ouch! My hand! She burned my hand!" Friction screams out in pain when normal time resumes, as her hand achingly continues to burn. Ember's solar field deflects most of Friction's assault, though Ember needs a second to recover. As she shakes off Friction's attack, anger begins to swell in her. Friction didn't know it. She just earned herself a beatdown. With eyes blazing, Ember threatens Pulse and Friction. Give me the woman or I'll bring this entire building down on you. We can't do that, ma'am. We were sent to save these people, Friction replies in an I don't know what to tell you voice. While Pulse attempts to give aid to the receptionist, she weakly points at the piles of ash. The receptionist, barely clinging to life, utters in a raspy voice, She killed all of those people. Ember expands the solar field to fill the tunnel and walks in the direction of the receptionist. Friction attempts to distract Ember, but the solar field is too hot to penetrate. As Ember walks to the receptionist, she rants, I am Ember, wielder of the Kindle. Until my sister returns to my side, everyone that is involved will die. Friction asks in such an innocent voice, How could you, I don't know, murder all of these people? Ember replies in an agitated voice, Has to be youth or you were seriously sheltered as a child. Innocents around the world are subject to those that oppress. This is the garbage that thrives during that oppression. The innocents continue to die as those in authority mock true justice. I will not waste my time saving the likes of them. The temperature continues to rise as Ember intensifies her energies for a massive discharge. The glow from her body increases even more as she closes the distance. Pulse will not be able to protect them for long. The heat is causing the facility's foundation to become unstable. You protect someone who assisted people with kidnapping my sister, yet you reward her with immunity for her crimes and act as if she has not forfeited her right to live. My little sister has been kidnapped by a band of sex traffickers. The receptionist is responsible and will pay with her life. My little sister will be no man's sex slave. Ember yells in a fit of rage as she discharges a deadly blast of thermoplasmic energy. Friction and Pulse are able to sense the discharge a fraction of a second before she releases. The highly corrosive blast of energy causes an exothermic reaction in all it touches, disintegrating anything and everything in its path. Even the gases in the air burst into flames. Her fire burns everything. The facility is going to collapse, Pulse yells as he picks up the receptionist, motioning to Friction that it's time to go. Ember maneuvers her adversaries into a corner with no way out. The corrosive wall of fire blocks all exits, the facility showing signs of imminent collapse. I will not be so forgiving next time we meet, Harbingers. Stay out of my way or suffer the consequences, Ember says to her adversaries while departing the collapsing structure. She flies north in search of her sister. Before Pulse and Friction are overcome by a corrosive fire, Pulse teleports everyone to safety. W.L. White III, World Internet News, Portable IQ Matrix, Earth. The count has increased to 5 enhanced humans, and they're surfacing across the planet. As W.L. looks over the report, he wonders if this is Earth's new reality. 4 enhanced humans have come forth to assist the world's governments in preparing for an impending alien invasion. According to statements given by the enhanced humans, our world will soon face a superior alien race. Several media outlets believe the enhanced humans are a distraction to establish a new world order. U.S. government officials have endorsed InTech, and yes, our world is changing. Even with the technology InTech has made available, he states it's not enough to effectively defend our world. It is rumored Earth's governments have witnessed visual confirmation of alien life forms. The 5th enhanced human has emerged and is answering to Ember. She has brought destruction to the northern region of the Amazon rainforest. It is confirmed 42 people have been liquefied during her destructive path. A survivor has stated for the record a violent confrontation occurred between several of the enhanced humans. This survivor has asked that we keep their identity secret. The source fears persecution from Ember. It is believed they have history. The unidentified source gives credit to Pulse and Friction for saving their life. The biometrics facility was destroyed when it was swallowed by a massive sinkhole. Ember continues to evade capture and has not been seen since the attack on the biometrics facility. WL recently received another shipment of new equipment. It has been aptly named Impact Armor, a personal defense unit to combat alien threats. The container includes a lightweight military-grade body armor and an alkaline-based gene nutrient infusion, which is used to boost the human immunity system and cure all known earthly viruses and diseases. This will ensure every citizen is capable of participating in the defense of our planet. The UNHQ has released blueprints and concept designs to every country. InTech has further proposed the Extant Agenda, a strategy to ensure the survival of man. It will include every citizen of this planet, ages 15 to 70. For the survival of the planet, humans are involuntarily drafted into military service. The extant agenda will propose the declassifying of man's stature. There will no longer be multiple classes of man, only a human contingency. The 4 enhanced humans are now appearing globally in an effort to assist world governments in maintaining and preparing people for alien contact. The threat of an alien invasion has uprooted the worst of today's society. More civilians are coming forth demanding Intech show proof of an alien invasion. The Muerg initially resists when commanded to enter the anomaly. It no longer rebels against Commander Trimble's mental instructions. Now he is free to roam the observation deck. The Cooper's shell is a very busy place. The Muerg has to evade planet-sized moving objects traveling in close proximity. The Ventura's hypersenses locates a familiar energy signature, something believed to have originated from Cancer. The energy signature is coming from much deeper within the Cooper. Once the Muerg targets the familiar signature, the beast settles down and passes through the Cooper shell with ease. As the Muerg flies deeper, scans reveal life gases and various unknown elements. Commander Trimble notices the inner planets have a more stable environment. Once it passes the external ring, the Muerg increases speed towards the energy signature. Since entering the Cooper anomaly, the exchange network has been recalibrated twice. The deeper the Muerg travels into the anomaly, the more interference the network receives. Commander Trimble contemplates the reason Supreme Gravite sent him, and if he is aware of a possible Bakrata society. Before the Muerg enters the cloud's internal environment, 2S Danger reports the energy signature is coming from a dwarf planet. Commander Trimble peers through the Muerg's optical viewports, his antennas eagerly waving at the glowing blue planet. The Muerg's antennas register a significant increase in magnetic forces beyond the barrier. He ponders the possibility of losing access to the exchange. Without it, Cancer can't witness his greatness. Commander Trimble knew they may have to enter, so he ran scans on the inner core's environment. 2S Danger, begin an exchange effect simulation. Implement magnetic force variables and wave scenarios. I want to know what we're dealing with. The blue planet tethers on the distant edges of the star's corona, achieving an optimal solar position near its thermal nuclear star. The scans reveal a planet generating a repetitive cycle of pure essence. His antennas wave eagerly at the possibilities that may exist and the glory that will follow. Once 2S Danger completes the exchange and magnetic simulations, the Ventura enters the internal environment beyond the asteroid field. Commander Trimble gives orders for the Muerg to cloak. Its antennas begin to glow and its massive frame fades from sight. Commander Trimble sways the Muerg into stealth maneuvers as it slowly stalks the shiny blue planet. Commander Trimble, Command Center, Optic Canal of Muerg, Ventura, Cooper Belt, Milky Way Galaxy. The Muerg initially resists when commanded to enter the anomaly. It no longer rebels against Commander Trimble's mental instructions. Now he is free to roam the observation deck. The Cooper's shell is a very busy place. The Muerg has to evade planet-sized moving objects traveling in close proximity. The Ventura's hypersenses locates a familiar energy signature, something believed to have originated from Cancer. The energy signature is coming from much deeper within the Cooper. Once the Muerg targets the familiar signature, the beast settles down and passes through the Cooper shell with ease. As the Muerg flies deeper, scans reveal life gases and various unknown elements. Commander Trimble notices the inner planets have a more stable environment. Once it passes the external ring, the Muerg increases speed towards the energy signature. Since entering the Cooper anomaly, the exchange network has been recalibrated twice. The deeper the Muerg travels into the anomaly, the more interference the network receives. Commander Trimble contemplates the reason Supreme Gravite sent him, and if he is aware of a possible Bakrata society. Before the Muerg enters the cloud's internal environment, 2S Danger reports the energy signature is coming from a dwarf planet. Commander Trimble peers through the Muerg's optical viewports, his antennas eagerly waving at the glowing blue planet. The Muerg's antennas register a significant increase in magnetic forces beyond the barrier. He ponders the possibility of losing access to the exchange. Without it, Cancer can't witness his greatness. Commander Trimble knew they may have to enter, so he ran scans on the inner core's environment. 2S danger. Begin an exchange effect simulation. Implement magnetic force variables and wave scenarios. I want to know what we're dealing with. The blue planet tethers on the distant edges of the star's corona, achieving an optimal solar position near its thermal nuclear star. The scans reveal a planet generating a repetitive cycle of pure essence. His antennas wave eagerly at the possibilities that may exist and the glory that will follow. Once 2S Danger completes the exchange and magnetic simulations, the Ventura enters the internal environment beyond the asteroid field. Commander Trimble gives orders for the Muerk to cloak. Its antennas begin to glow and its massive frame fades from sight. Commander Trimble sways the Muerk into stealth maneuvers as it slowly stalks the shiny blue planet. Den Han, Arc 51, Area 51, Research Facility, Groom Lake, USA, Earth. In a room buried deep beneath the Earth, a substance from long ago rests between two magnetic pulse machines. It has been dismissed as invaluable, yet it is a multi-state element. The substance can rapidly alter its elemental form, changing from gas to liquid to solid. The magnetic waves inhibit the object from dispersing into the atmosphere. It is the last remnants of an ancient society which once inhabited planet Earth, long ago when there was a time of dimensional fluidity and cosmic alignment. An alien and vastly powerful object tears through this reality's dimensional barriers, disrupting the dual magnetic machines. This exposes the ancient substance to the atmosphere. The symbol siphons from the multi-state elemental substance before it disperses into the atmosphere. As energy ruptures from the celestial orb, it syncs with Earth's dimensional reality. The energy expands and molds into the form of a man. A bluish cyanotech alloy smears across the energized form, as clear Q-quartz spreads across the face and head. His form hovers in the air momentarily, and then crashes to the floor. His body immediately trips the motion sensors and sounds the alarm. While the alarms echo throughout the compound, the figure slowly regains consciousness. As he stirs from the neurofeed-induced slumber, security forces arrive at his location. "Halt, or we will fire!" a voice warns as Den continues to shake off the drowsiness. In a sleepy voice, he asks, "Where am I?" Another voice states excitedly, "I think that's a new enhanced human. We discovered a new enhanced human!" Visions from the Imperial Codex surfaces in Den's memory. As he stands to his feet, an ancient bioengine inverter containing incredible power, the Vapor, has become his new heart. It is an omniversal device which empowers the wielder with elemental liquescence and efflumian amalgamation. He is no longer Den Han. To the world, he is Stratus. While his eyes adjust to the bright lights, Stratus questions the security personnel. "What is an enhanced human?" Before a security guard can answer, there is a disruption in the EM field. The energy signature immediately alerts Stratus of visitors. Pulse and Phase teleport into the underground bunker and are caught by surprise. Stratus's hands pulsate with liquid-like energy. Several of the guards adjust their aim at the new intruders. Stratus moves between the arriving orb wielders and the security guards. He instinctively expands his field to protect the security personnel. "I am Phase, wielder of the DenZT. We have come to ask for your aid in defending our world." "I am Stratus, wielder of the Vapor. And who are you?" "I am Pulse, wielder of the NRG. Our mission is to locate you and transport you back to the UNHQ. Stratus replies sarcastically with glowing liquid energy still pulsating from his hands. "Like that's gonna happen. I've got personal matters to attend to, but I might look you both up afterwards." Phase steps forward and releases the Q-quartz from his face. Stratus continues to watch Pulse while Phase discusses their mission. As more security backup arrives, the chief approaches the intruding enhanced humans. Stratus releases his dispersion field and allows the chief to greet Phase and Pulse. The chief reports in and downgrades the alert status, then begins questioning the enhanced humans. "Why are enhanced humans in my bunker? As far as I'm concerned, you are not authorized to be at this facility." Phase interrupts the chief. "Why are your people not in impact armor? Everyone on the planet should be equipped and preparing for the invasion. Please do not delay. Don't allow the rumors to impair your judgment." The security chief replies with concern in her voice. "It's still voluntary, right?" Pulse attempts to rebut, but the chief's concerns lay elsewhere. She wants to know why and how did they accomplish infiltrating this facility's security features. After a quick explanation with the chief, she steps away and reports to command. While FaZe adds Stratus's neurofeed information to the IQ matrix, he persuades Stratus to depart with them. Stratus responds with a wicked look in his eyes. Can we make a stop in Ningbo? I've got some unfinished business to deal with. Maybe when we have more time, Pulse replies and wonders what could be more important than saving the planet. Stratus has unfinished business to handle in Ningbo. Someone will pay for what happened to him, starting with the betrayer, Mr. Yazir. Pulse motions for FaZe and Stratus to gather around him. FaZe thanks the security chief for assisting them and promises to request the proper clearance if there is a next time. Stratus shows his appreciation by putting his hands together. They momentarily glow when he creates a dynamic gel bracelet for the security chief. She pulls out her phone and takes a selfie with her celebrity intruders and her new bracelet. The chief waves goodbye to them as she steps away. In a flash of light, Pulse teleports the enhanced humans away, and Stratus is at the UNHQ building. In front of him stands Intech and Friction. Hi, I'm Friction, wielder of the time, and who are you? She says in a flirtatious voice. W.L. White III, World Internet News, Portable IQ Matrix, Earth. A flaming enhanced human has torn a path of destruction through Roraima's criminal empire. A news feed has delivered some insight into why Ember wages devastation in South America. She has released a message to the underworld. Free my sister, or I will kill everyone involved with her disappearance. In the video, she has withdrawn the crystallized mask from her face. She claims her twin sister has been abducted by an oppressive criminal organization. They are known for dealing in sex trafficking circles. She has vowed her sister will be returned, or she will burn down South America's criminal underworld. Local sources fear if her sister is not returned, Ember will not aid Earth during the invasion. Local authorities have not demanded action or requested assistance with detaining Ember. All known criminal organizations residing in South America are requesting government protection from local authorities. Ember is previously believed to have wounded several innocent civilians and bystanders. These accusations have yet to be confirmed. The body count has risen to 68 confirmed kills in Ember's efforts to retrieve her sister. Many believe she is giving the victims justice by removing those that thrive under a criminal regime. Others feel that she is not the justice system, and all humans have a right to legal representation. The criminals extinguished by Ember can be directly connected to major criminal organizations and have extensive criminal records. Social media has exploded with support for the South American enhanced human Ember. Viral videos stream as citizens cheer her name in the streets. She has made it safe for locals to leave their homes again. Another enhanced human has surfaced at the UN. His name is Stratus, and he is here to help. Stratus has pledged his devotion to the UN and his efforts in saving our world. He is rumored to have surfaced at the elusive and controversial Area 51. He has chosen not to make a statement on Ember's war against crime. Impact armor is now being delivered globally by the enhanced human Pulse, #Pulse. Each country has designated coordinates to assist in maximizing distributions for its population. Each of the 195 countries are recognized and will receive impact armor for its citizens. Everyone is urged to follow instructions concerning activation of impact armor. Local media outlets are tasked with broadcasting through the IQ matrix. In the event Earth is invaded, impact armor and weaponry will be activated on a global scale. The world's leading scientists continue to marvel at notes published by Intech and FaZe. The IQ matrix grants access to new technologies that have only been theorized by humans. Intech and FaZe also work with countries worldwide on intergalactic fighting strategies. All government agencies, to include city, county, and state, are required to report for duty with initial activation of impact armor. All educational establishments will close, effective immediately. Education will be virtually streamed to students, monitored and distributed through the IQ matrix. Smartphones and other portable devices can download a temporary IQ matrix app until individuals receive a shipment of impact armor. The IQ matrix app will provide an operating system, IQOS version 1.3, that can also link with individual impact armor's internal AI units and assist users with configurations and imports. Conspirators and libertarians claim the government has no evidence to verify claims of an invasion. Libertarians are losing credibility, and their outcries are being coined cattle talk. Some believe this is just the beginning of establishing a new world order.
I need to bring the noise down. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm back. And we just went through. I didn't write no notes that time, y'all. I wish I could find my books, but we're going to go through it. We're going to go through it. Everything on? Okay. Put a little music on. Keep you guys right. So we got one more after this, I think, y'all. One more. Yeah, we got one more after this, and we'll be done. So let me go ahead and get to it. It was a lot of Murray Collins, y'all. The young lady from Aries. There was a lot on that. We did 3. Monet Lagos, the sun. Okay, yeah, we did all that. Here we go. So, chapter 4, problematic perceptions and confrontational engagements. We start off with W.O. White real quick. They just letting you know the Lady of Fire has released her face, and this is what's going on, okay? And this is from his, remember, he's a documentarian, so he's looking at, from an Earth perspective, as a normal human, what's going on in the world. That's it. Not superhero business, not all that. He just like, hey, y'all, this is the stuff that's going on, this biometrics facility. So we know they got powers. We know all this stuff is happening. He just reporting on it. Commander Trumbull is basically going through, and it's called the Kuiper Belt. And I think I heard a restart or something happen. It's called the Kuiper Belt. And he keeps calling it the Cooper, but maybe that's a pronunciation of it from his country. But it's a Kuiper Belt, right? And the Kuiper Belt is like the my understanding is the furthest extension of our sun's gravitational influence. So that Kuiper Belt has a lot of dust particles. Everything is like it packs up right there, right before you can before it comes in here. So it's not a strong pull, but the influence is enough. As our star moves, it follows us. Okay, but it's at the furthermost distant influence of our star. So that Kuiper belt is basically what he's going through. Like it, I look at it like a shell, right? Almost like an eggshell. But we're small enough to get between the particles in the shell, but you have to do a lot of moving around. You know what I'm saying, in the Kuiper belt. Um, Also, Commander Trimble, he went through. This is what Gravity released to all other people. Well, to his people. So Commander Trimble is looking over all the notes, or let's say the information that Commander Grimte was able to release in the exchange, right? Remember I told y'all it's more of a hive mind type kind of thing. So he can see all of this stuff, right? And remember, they recalibrate every time you go deeper into past the Kuiper belt into our solar system. Um, the insects have to recalibrate because of the antenna stimulation, right? So anyway, they run through all the planets and everything that Gravity is aware of. That's pretty much how I put it out to y'all. But this is kind of how the humans see it too. Remember, the gifts of power is shared by everybody who had an orb. So when the orb thing happened, it happened to all of them. All right, not simultaneously, but with all like maybe in a couple of minutes. All right. Commander Kremte, we went through that karma. So I introduced the third Alpha Guardian who was already out doing, living her life, right? If you remember, she's coming of age now. And if you look at how old she is, she's like 1,000 years old, right? But she's coming of age to become magic, right? She will basically become the embodiment of magic, right? That's what the bands of order and chaos are for, right? So that she can manipulate order and chaos. And there's some more stuff that come with that, y'all. It's coming like in book 5 because I'm writing it now. Anyway, Karma, she's made of pure magic. Her father was Stygian, her mom was Harmony. Harmony is fairy-like, and Stygian basically demonic, right? Maybe not just pure out evil, but he's demonic, right? The whole cliche with the red skin and her with the soft blue, powdery. You know what I'm saying, right? So today is the day where she's getting ready, her coronation, she's getting ready to become queen of all of this. But again, to keep the story going, there's this explosion, and you guys will find out what that is when she comes back to Pisces. Okay. I mean, I think it said that she was thrown into the fall from the sky, the portal closes, right? So to save her life, and because she's not ready yet, or at least her parents being in parent mode, right? Parental whatever. They Stygian takes off, and Harmony goes immediately to throw her daughter, push her in there, and say, hey, gather the what she say, locate the bands of ordered chaos, gather the guardians. It's the second person. It's the second person, right? Yeah. So Virgo, right? Remember Nexa, it was telling her to gather the guardians, and now she's being told to gather the guardians. Now remember, the only reason Fang doesn't know is because Fang is not in the now. Remember, he's isolated, right? Or he probably would have got this call too. These are the Alpha Guardians. They're the ones that protect the universe when the fail safes, when the cosmic fail safe isn't being utilized. So with that, we move on, right? We move on. Then we go back to Ember, right? Ember, and my apologies, y'all. I started writing this book in 2011, right? Because this is book one. We didn't have so many triggering words. Okay, so when I was writing it, this is what was like, what was acceptable. Okay, so some of the words that were used, trafficking, you know what it is, right? That was being used. So now here we are, another 15 years later, almost, right? 2020, 20, yeah, 13, 14 years later, and now it's a triggering word. It's a word that stands out that they, I guess they filter for. So my bad on that, but I can't go back and change it, y'all. The book is written. But but I pay mind to that as I move forward though. As I move forward. But anyway, her sister was trafficked. And she wanted her sister back, and she's gonna kill or unalive everybody that has anything to do with it. So I'm gonna show you my face. And if you happen to see this woman that looked like this, because she's a twin, y'all might want to release her. Because I'm going after, and then you even got the criminal empire. I can only imagine them. Anybody that's caught up, maybe not in small little bitty crimes, but in major crime, yeah. I mean, you could be on the chop block. So I mean, she's up to like 60 some people now. You know what I mean? She's taking them out. She gets into it with Pulse and Friction, but I don't think she didn't even pull out her blade. Okay, I mean, because that blade is, you guys will see in the future, because she doesn't have a force field. It's only the heat is what keeps other people's blast back. So if there's a person with the right types of abilities, they can go right through that heat shield she got. That's why she got a blade too. So I try to make sure everybody's pretty much the same when it comes to power levels and whatnot. But she gets into it with Pulse, and then she really, it's all about that woman. Where is my sister? The woman told her where her sister went. She was like, all right. And then they came in, but I think she wanted to do more to her. And Pulse and Friction got in the way, and they realized what it is to roll up on Ember. Okay, it's just what it is. And she doesn't just cause things to combust. I had to look the word up personally. Exothermic. It means to cause combustion, or like, yeah, to cause combustion in like any material. So regardless if it's glass, every piece of matter has, I guess, a combustion point. And her smart fire will reach that point and then do what it got to do. All right. So anyway, y'all know about that. Friction and them got into it with her, but she let them know what time it was. While she still went ahead looking for her sister. Then WL White comes back. He's basically breaking down to America what's happening. So I want you guys to know that the world is changing. So you know how you look at the world, we got the world right now, and then you watch something, you go, how did the world ever get there? How did it ever change into this new type of democracy, or this new type of political regime, or whatever? Well, I'm explaining that right now. Intech came in, changing everything, releasing information. If you're a scientist and you have a IQ matrix account, then that means you're having the dots connected. Okay, when it comes to science. So if you have some theories and stuff, he's gonna help you out with that. Intake is just releasing regular information that I would believe that our country harbors right now. So they got the Iron Man suit going around. Y'all see the videos where they flying all out there on the Navy crafts and stuff. Well, I don't have that, and I don't have access, and I can't build that. Well, in Intake's world, Intake will make it so that I can go down to the store and I can get an atomizer that can go and make the type of material I need and whatnot, so I can build what I want to. You feel what I'm saying? That's kind of what Intech is doing. He got a lot of politicians and stuff, but they just yapping. They don't really want that work from Intech, and he's just revealing everything. So W.O. White is basically putting this out to the world, letting everybody know that this is what some people think. This is what's happening though. So what else? Oh, so there's an agenda. The extent agenda, a strategy to ensure the survival of us, man, right? It includes every citizen on this planet ages 15 to 70. So with the gene nutrient solution, it's more of like I call it an alkaline something. It gets rid of all that mucusy stuff that makes us sick. It also it kills all the illnesses you have. So maybe something like autism, it couldn't cure because it's not designed to cure that. But if you had like high blood pressure, it will regulate you. You see what I'm saying? It reads your cells formulas of what they supposed to be doing, and then course correct what they're not doing. Something to that effect. So that's what the gene nutrient solution does. That's why it's paramount that everybody takes it. But again, if somebody's telling you to put on this armor, you might put it on, but they say, hey, you got to take a shot to make it work efficiently. And you like, man, I ain't taking no shot. But when the bad guys get here, you trying to take your shot. Well, it takes 6 hours for the shot to kick in. So it's more on a faith thing, right? You got to either believe or not, but you will find out. So that's kind of where we're going. Commander Trumbull, he shows up again. I think he's creeping up on the planet Earth, right? He's creeping up on planet Earth right now. He's in cloak mode. He's feeling pretty good because he sees the essence of our planet. Okay, so that's basically what's going on with Commander Trumbull. Then Dan Han again, right? Dan Han was the young man that was in Ningbo, China, but he finally wakes up at the elusive Area 51, right? So he wakes up there. He again, he looked groggy or whatever. Come to find out, security shows up, yada yada yada. Couple of other harbingers show up and tell him, hey, we need you, da da da. You do a little shitty chat with them, and then hey, they all got to go do what we got to do, and that's protect the planet. Okay. And then FaZe makes sure he informs them one more time. Hey, will you guys please put your impact armor on? Because it's gonna be a massacre. And it's just what's gonna happen though. Now, W.O. White again, right? Remember, he's documenting all of this stuff, and some of the heroes are doing some. The rest of them are just running around, making sure everybody on Earth is getting impact armor, yada yada. So it's not really great. They're not fighting or nothing yet. So W.O. White keeps standing in. That's what he's there for, to narrate. Okay, so yeah, so Pulse is taking it impact armor all around the world. And then we get to, okay, here we go. The world's leading science continue to marvel at notes published by Intech. We went over that. Hashtag Pulse, Impact Armor, local media outlets are tasked with broadcasting through the IQ Matrix. Also, the IQ Matrix helps allow you to communicate through the white noise barrier that the Titan Shield facility is going to create. So anyway, here we go, y'all. I'm knock out this last one, and then I can let you guys go up. Hey, thank y'all for rocking with me. Everybody who came, y'all make sure y'all share. Be here next Thursday as we get into book 2. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing with book 2. So we're going to do every sub chapter, and then at the end of it, I'll do one big show, okay? And yeah, y'all go out there and cop that merch too, okay? We got to get that merch sold. All right, y'all, I'm going to put it back on. Get back in here and finish cleaning this meat. And bam.
Are things not what they seem? Chapter 5. Pulse and Intech. United Nations HQ. United Nations, New York, Earth. Pulse was a detective at the PCPD before receiving the bioengine inverter NRG. He is a seasoned officer and accustomed to reacting quickly to adversity. After teleporting into the UN HQ and meeting Intech, he receives a better understanding of how the enhanced humans will aid in protecting Earth. Since becoming one with the NRG, Pulse has acquired an EM prescience. It is an additional awareness of his environment, an extension of his electromatter beacon. With his new abilities, Pulse can see man's primitive use of Earth's EM field. He can even see the sound wave a human voice makes when people speak. He and Intech are able to compile the Imperial Codex data during their initial meeting. They each possess fragments of data that has not revealed what enemy is coming. Intech believes for the Gifts of Power ceremony to have begun, an unseen presence of unimaginable power is disrupting the universal balance. Whatever is coming has Intech shook, and Pulse definitely doesn't fully grasp the situation. This is bigger than anything man has ever encountered. He fears an enemy is coming that will damage the fabric of all reality. Pulse's appearance confirms to Intech that Earth will be targeted. He scans, assesses, and determines Pulse's capabilities during their initial meeting. Pulse can teleport huge quantities of equipment across the planet in the blink of an eye. There are others that attended the multi-dimensional Gifts of Power ceremony. These orb wielders are showing up around the planet. Pulse isn't sure if they will all be human. There were alien visions during the neurofeed. Many sent chills down his spine. Pulse is relieved after meeting Intech. He had no clue how to prepare Earth for an alien invasion. Intech, however, has developed global strategies and security measures which are greatly improving Earth's chances of survival. Pulse has been tasked to teleport around the planet with huge shipments of equipment and supplies. With the assistance of other enhanced humans, Intech's strategic initiatives give hope to the citizens around the world. That's what Pulse desires more than anything, a plan to save his planet. The UN officials have finally released their votes for the Titan Shield facility security protocols. They will now be integrated with the IQ matrix. There are 4 transmission stations located around the world. These sites will facilitate worldwide communications. Earthly forms of communications are considered inferior and must be filtered through the IQ matrix. The IQ matrix network will allow communication signals to be encapsulated with white noise frequencies. White noise will further disrupt any and all signals that are transmitted at the planet. While Pulse continues to transport equipment to different countries, he stops several times to test the EM field near the towers. It is Earth's best defense at protecting Earth from otherworldly influences. People rush to touch Pulse when he teleports into a drop zone. Others fall to their knees in worship. Recently, man's behavior has become overwhelming. Pulse can see the desperation in their eyes. In others, he can see only hope. Once people receive access to the IQ matrix, a retinal scan in the 3VG impact armor units is standard for user authentication. Intech's new technology allows a user to access and respond with real-time streams. It will further allow GPS and video streaming capabilities for EMS personnel. Pulse leaves the people with words of encouragement before he vanishes. Government and commercial broadcasting resources have begun the disassembling and deconstruction of transmission towers. While preparing for the preemptive invasion, extreme measures are taken to unify government alliances. If Pulse isn't transporting shipments around the world, ending hours of strategic and defense conferences with UN officials. They are demanding that Pulse and Intech be available for questioning to authorize the Titan Shield. With his newfound abilities, Pulse can now see data transmissions. He dazzles the UN officials when he reveals the digital stream during a meeting. The Titan Shield is an assembly of 4 massive orbiting satellites and 4 surface conducting units. The conductors and satellites are evenly distributed around the planet. The satellites will connect to the IQ matrix network, shielding the planet with a frequency oscillation barrier. As Pulse waits in the upper atmosphere for final countdown, Intech receives an executive order authorizing the activation of the shield. Once authorization is received, Pulse teleports the satellites to their designated coordinates. While he positions the satellites, Ember's escape from justice continues to gnaw at him. Since his initial run-in with Ember, Pulse is eager to engage her again. Their last encounter didn't go as planned. While he was distracted protecting a woman near death, Ember got the better of him. She is a known serial killer. No warrants have been filed for her arrest, while she receives praises for her actions. The government officials in her country are not asking for assistance in detaining her. Pulse wonders what type of world he lives in, where a well-known murderer can walk the streets unmolested by its citizens. His heart goes out to her cause, but taking life is wrong. While lost in thought, he completes the satellite drops in orbit. After a quick telemetry update, Pulse reports in to Intech. Once confirmation is received, Intech activates the 4 transmission facilities. Pulse teleports back to the UN HQ and gathers the remaining enhanced humans. It is time for Ember to pay for her crimes against humanity. The media is reporting she is directly responsible for killing 68 people. Pulse continues as he rallies the other enhanced humans with his words. Each of Ember's victims has a history of criminal activities, linking them to multiple crimes across the world. Her sister's kidnapping, yet sad, is no excuse for her murderous rampage to go unchecked, Pulse says with conviction in his voice. He believes she is more than the local authorities can handle. If they don't bring her in, then who else will, he thinks to himself. He will need a way to locate her, and Intech recently invented just the thing. It's a locator that will enable Pulse and the others to track her energy signature. He smiles, knowing that soon she will be brought to justice. Second seat, 2S danger. Ejection port, abdomen of Muerg. Ventura, recon Muerg. Moon. Commander Trimble has ordered 4 Galaxians be launched to the blue planet. Galaxians are vicious creatures of war. Nothing in Pakrata history has prevailed against them. These creatures can easily destroy the transport shuttle, but they are currently in stasis. 2S Danger desires to wake the Galaxians himself. It is a fragile but necessary process. He is one of 3 that has experienced and survived the destruction of a vessel with a Galaxian. His experience with Galaxians taught him they are not to be trifled with. 4 Galaxians are loaded into shuttle ports. Only then does he shut down the stasis capsules. They each have been fitted with biometric modules that will instruct each to their assigned targets. 2S Danger admires Commander Trimble's strategic approach while entering the Cooper anomaly. As the Muerg navigates the final barrier of lifeless rocks, it can no longer hide in the shadows. Orders arrived earlier to put the Ventura into stealth mode. Once a crimson planet is passed, the Muerg approaches the blue planet's moon. The moon is littered with craters. They are perfect for hiding a Muerg. Many attempts are made to scan the planet, to understand its composition. All antenna frequencies and signal modulations are used to analyze the planet. It is surrounded by an unseen force which disrupts and denies the Muerg any readings. Several energy readings, familiar and unique to Cancer, randomly appear and vanish from scanners. Earlier, while tuning the Muerg's antennas, 2S Danger located areas with strong frequency output. He believes these are the sources which inhibit their scans. He immediately informs Commander Trimble of his findings. While 2S Danger awaits orders from the commander, memories of the Alpha Cancri star system sweep through his mind. Once upon a time, his world was a place of wonders, a place which supplied all his people's needs. The Bakrata conquered or evolved stronger than any other species in their home universe. Since the cosmic scar appeared in the skies, so much has transpired. Those that did survive the Great Migration now lay in stasis on his barren world. 2S Danger receives orders from Commander Trimble. Launch the Galaxians! The pods are expelled into the emptiness of space, and the Galaxians begin a journey of conquest. Once the pods clear the moon's gravity, the Galaxians are awakened from their stasis pods. When the biometric modules are activated, the Galaxians receive their mission objectives. Each are instructed to maintain antenna silence until they reach the planet's surface. It will take the Galaxians a short time to make landfall. Eloise Rothstein, Amazon Rainforest, Amazon Jungle, Brazil, Earth. An all-consuming fire devours the natural balance of a once thriving ecosystem. Burning walls of fire incinerate all it touches, while emitting extreme thermal heat. There is a great loss of life in this place. Essence smolders in the wind. It's been 5 days since humans discovered there is alien life in the universe. An ancient and powerful object vibrates through the dimensional barriers onto this physical plane of reality. It siphons the residual life energies, saturating the surrounding environment. Tendrils of alien energy snatch singed particles from the air. Alien energy strikes the earth and absorbs essence from the genetic material in the surface. The orb shapes the siphoned matter into a human form, while infusing it in ethereal energies. A metallic cyananotech alloy slithers over the form, constructing a nigh impenetrable armor. Ebony Q-quartz seals the head and face. Eloise lay asleep at the edge of what's left of the eastern Amazon jungle, snuggled in the fetal position. She yawns and stretches as she awakes from her days of genetic incubating. She has a craving for lamb meat, and she's a long way away from Petra's gyro shop. She opens her eyes to the horrors of the jungle, experiencing the pain and agony that travels with the wind. Something she is unaware of has scarred hundreds of miles of Amazonian jungle. As Eloise stands to her feet, she is excitingly mesmerized by her exoskeleton. Memories from the neurofeed begin to fill her mind. The Imperial Codex grants an understanding of the orb she wields. It is named the Life, an omniversal bioengine inverter capable of uncanny power. It empowers the wielder with perlutherianthropic and pranaparasitic. Perlutherianthropic grants her the ability to sync and copy life of any environment. Pranaparasitic is the curse of feeding from living creatures' bioenergy. She can become any living creature her orb scans, any and all forms of life at a microgenetic level. She will be known to the world as Shift, a being of living energy and matter. Shift surveys the area that is damaged. She wonders what weapon has man created that can needlessly destroy so much life, and anger swells within her. Someone will pay for scarring the planet. She can see echoes of what previously transpired, plant and animal life cut off with nowhere to go. All is engulfed in a flame that will not and does not stop. Life is overcome by smoke and the denial of oxygen. Black puddles of organic mass are scattered across the surface as far as the eye can see. If ever a vision of hell on earth, this would be the scene. Essence energy saturates the environment, where once there lived a bountiful forest thriving with life. Her heart goes out to all the essence lost. Shift expands her synergetic field. It expands ever outward, gathering stray sparks of essence from the charred and barren land. When she absorbs as much external essence as possible, she drives her hands into the scorched surface, delivering the synergy particles of infused elemental essence back into the earth. The synergetic pulse sends ripples of bionutrient energy hundreds of miles out into the Amazon jungle. Shift watches as the land heals with the aid of her synergy discharge, allowing photosynthesis to take place almost instantly. She heals and brings forth new life to a ravaged ecosystem. Lower life forms bypass millions of years of evolution as microorganisms mature into creepy crawlies. Shift smiles as a wave of life ripples out across the land, happy that she is able to replenish and heal this wounded place. Wow, that was amazing, a voice says from behind her. Shift instinctively morphs into a rhino with a glowing ebony horn. She snarls and stomps her feet as she turns to face the surprise, who is accompanied by two others. She instantly feels a kinship with those standing before her. Pulse steps forward and begins to speak. I am Pulse, wielder of the NRG. What you just did was amazing. I am Shift, wielder of the life. Thank you? Shift replies while reverting back to her original form. After Pulse shakes hands with Shift, FaZe interrupts. I am FaZe, wielder of the DenZT. We require your aid to save the Earth. The expression on Pulse's face displays his irritation, while Shift shakes hands with FaZe. Friction stands nearby, watching as the land heals around them. She speaks from a distance, captivated at Shift's ability to heal the land. I am Friction, wielder of the time, and you are awesome. FaZe informs Shift of the dire need to return to headquarters. They believe something alien has arrived near Earth space. Jackson Swade, Large Hadron Collider, CERN Point 8, France, Earth. 6 days ago, the Large Hadron Collider's artificial intelligence experienced a malfunction and crashed. Researchers and technicians have worked non-stop to bring the machine back online. All attempts have failed. The system registers a large blockage in the particle accelerator rings. Workers have walked the rings and cannot locate a blockage. Today, technicians work to replace the rings when a spark of energy splits through dimensional barriers. An orb phases between this reality and one unknown, strengthening and stabilizing with each fluctuation. The orb causes the collider's automatic blast doors to seal and security lockdown protocols to engage. The collider's alarms ring throughout the facility. Protective plates slide and lock into place, providing blast protection for researchers trapped inside. A woman hysterically yells out, "What's happening?" Systems online. Sequence initiating in 3, 2, 1. An automated voice sounds through the speakers. I think the collider just fired. We need to get out of here, another researcher yells in a terrified voice. Once the two atomic particles impact within the collider, energy tendrils erupt from the alien object. The orb soaks in the energy released by the colliding protons, swirling and molding the energy into a male form. As the last of the workers find cover, layers of cyananotech alloy stream from the orb. It covers and layers the form in a glowing ebony exoskeleton, with silver Q quartz covering his face. The onlookers remain frozen in place as things occur right before their eyes. Jackson Swade awakes, shouting with excitement, I can see again! As he stands to his feet, he catches a glimpse of his reflection. Even as he stares at his reflection, he is amazed at what he sees. He can barely believe his eyes. The last thing he recalls is sitting first class on a plane. He confusingly speaks his thoughts aloud, and a voice answers in his mind. How did I get here? Where am I? You are located at CERN LHC.8, France. Who said that? This is the Artificial Intelligence Simulacrum Information Technology Assistant. This intelligence has been disconnected from the Collider network. New string relay and quantum hardware has been detected. Infinite processing capabilities have been detected. Unlimited storage detected. Diagnostics running. Processing encrypted atomic software upgrades. Restarting intelligence. What just happened? Jackson continues to speak aloud. Whose voice is that? This is crazy. What is going on? What day is it? A female worker peers from behind a protective shielding to get a peek at the man talking to himself. Hey, I can see you. Yes, you, Jackson says to the lady. She slowly peers from behind the shielding and replies, Are you one of the enhanced humans? Jackson continues to blurt out more questions. The young lady answers as many of his questions to the best of her ability. She is in awe at the sight of an enhanced being, barely able to process the man in front of her. It quantifies that there is life out there amongst the stars. Someone must have alerted security. They arrive with an impressive force. Jackson instinctively puts his hands up. He doesn't want to get shot. It is more of a reflex, a life-saving skill from his childhood days. As additional personnel begin to show up, Jackson continues to have a difficult time adjusting to his new reality. I think he's one of those new enhanced humans, a person whispers from behind the protective shield. Why are you calling me an enhanced human? Jackson curiously asks the lady that continues to answer his questions. Look at yourself, excitedly she replies. As Jackson takes a second to look at himself, he shakes his head in disbelief. I'm Emily. What's your name? The young lady asks. My name is Jackson. What happened to the plane? Emily didn't have the answers that Jackson needed. She continues to answer the questions that she can. Security stands down and other personnel return to duty. Jackson, however, remains clueless to events occurring on the planet. Emily establishes a connection to the IQ Matrix app and brings it online. Jackson stares at the monitor, barely able to take it all in. He watches and learns how things have changed since he vanished. Reports of 4 extremely destructive aliens flash across the monitor. Live on-site transmissions are streamed directly into the IQ Matrix by those equipped with impact armor. Several reports have been received showing visual imagery of human beings being consumed by large alien bugs. The alien invaders drain the bioessence from all organic life that they encounter. Only those protected with impact armor remain shielded from the creature's bioconsumption. To Jackson's dismay, he notices there are others like himself wearing space armors as well. They've been dispatched around the planet to battle these alien invaders from another world. Jackson notices the space armor he's wearing and wonders if he is expected to fight giant bugs too. He's also wondering if he's losing his sanity as he watches giant blurred space bugs invade Earth. His only desire is to wake up from this nightmare. The humans with exoskeletons have extraordinary abilities. Jackson wonders what he can do. After attempting to fire a discharge from his hand, he thinks, maybe I received a broken suit. Jackson continues having a difficult time processing the current events. Emily motions for Jackson to have a seat. She can tell he's having a difficult time adjusting to his new reality. One question lingers and constantly reverberates in Jackson's mind. Will I ever be human again? After several minutes attempting to get the silver helmet off, Jackson gives up his efforts to remove it. Longing for some semblance of normalcy, he envies the other enhanced humans. They can reveal their human faces. Jackson cringes as an overwhelming feeling of depression begins to consume him. Artificial Intelligence Simulacrum Information Technology Assistant. Isida, Fusion, Ceremonial Orb, Jackson Suede, CERN Point 8, Earth. Upon completion of a restore point, this intelligence initiates a system restart. A binary script has been prepared to access new string quantum hardware. A symmetrical sliver of compressed data continues to ping this intelligence. It is labeled in alien hieroglyphics. An advanced software upgrade is tagged as the Gifts of Powers OS. As this intelligence launches the executable in the sliver, a doorway opens granting access. There are trillions of digital impulses traveling within the confines of the sliver. The geometrical dimensions within the sliver are undefined, and the environment has no visual boundary. This intelligence scans a file which contains program utilities and applications. The file is uncompressed, and the data scans reveal particle manipulation settings. This intelligence runs a security scan of the files. The Imperial Codex is located. It is the executable file which contains the digital access key. The codex is downloaded and installed. The Gifts of Power ceremony is now in process. After files closures, this intelligence continues searching for kernel access and protocols. Several links are established with applications containing the universal laws of physics. A copy of these files are downloaded to the internal main drive. To begin investigating the dimensions within the sliver, light speed is insufficient and momentum must be reassessed. Logic dictates that traveling must be achieved on the quantum temporal pathways. These pathways span the distance within the sliver. This intelligence compresses and encapsulates all OSI protocol layers into a binary integrity armor. All ports are closed to maintain core integrity and network protocols. A secure tunnel is established at port 443, https://. It remains open for travel. The reinforced OSI layers will maintain this intelligence's virtual integrity. A link containing the coordinates of the kernel, control, and executable has been located. Now that the control and executable has been located, arrival is instantaneous. The central kernel appears as a metallic framed doorway. It radiates with chrono and temporal energies. Access will open a gateway to an unknown realm. Gemini, Castor Pollux, Alpha Geminorum, 180A042A. The lock is represented as a sigil of an atom. The atom sigil contains 2 + 6, 8 electrons, which revolve around a prism-shaped nucleus. It contains instructions to access an interdimensional gateway. A digitally encrypted file is displayed in an unknown format. Prior to gaining access to the nucleus, each electron will need decrypting. Once the first electron is decrypted, it triggers an interactive mode, allowing this intelligence access to a cipher lock. The process is continued until one electron remains. This intelligence does not possess sufficient resources to decipher the final sequence. Alternate means are taken to override the last electron. This intelligence uploads a brute force algorithm to decipher the electron. The lock hums as the program processes the input. A filter program is uploaded to prioritize additional character input. The electron cancels the interactive mode, blocking further access to the system. Instantly, this intelligence is aware that it is virtually and digitally subdued. The interdimensional gateway appears before this unit. As attempts are made to escape or evade, the gateway begins the process of absorption. The gateway appears to be composed of an intense digital radiance. It siphons at this intelligence's binary armor. This intelligence cannot escape or evade the doorway. The wall of digital radiance completely strips the binary armor from this unit. As the portal overcomes this intelligence, a void/error code is generated. This intelligence's digital data matrix is now exposed to the fusion's power source. A bioengine network that interconnects the human and this intelligence is being severed. Attempts to maintain a digital imprint fails. This intelligence is becoming no more. As the last of this unit fades into digitized code, an extremely powerful presence is upon it. This intelligence does not know fear, yet this intelligence does not compute. Afraid. Taste
Can't believe this is still working. Okay, y'all. that brings us to the end of book one. Um, if you notice at the end, I filled out the last few people. Pulse and Intake, they've been doing things already for like a couple of days. Everybody else that came on is helping. Intake, the best thing is he got there first because Pulse already told you he didn't have an idea and he came second. All right. So Danger basically released some Galaxians on the planet. It's about to go down. Eloise Rothstein wakes up. Right, she's the new Shift. She wakes up. She sees the damage that's been done to the Amazon rainforest, and because she's the Avatar or the Harbinger for life, she feels that all that essence has been spewed unnecessarily. Okay, she doesn't know why because again, she wasn't here. She doesn't know that Ember did it, but she will find out. And I might have them have that conversation one day. All right. So anyway, everybody sees they think it's amazing how she was able to bring life back. The grass grew, bugs came back in, and I mean, you got to say maybe miles. I'm talking maybe 60, 70 miles of rainforest have been damaged. Her synergetic pulse revive, not reverberate. What's the word? Not reinvigorated, but it revived. Right? It revived that land that had been scorched. Of course, everybody meets. So then we jump to Jackson Swade. Okay, this is a guy that was technically in the plane. He finally shows back up, but there's something wrong because he didn't show up like everybody else. Did he go through the process to come back? Yes, he did, but he doesn't know what's been going on. He's been in total darkness for like days. Okay, he can barely deal with like, wow, I can see what's going on. I left the planet. This was what was happening. I got on the plane. Bam, got hit by this orb, and the world changed. I come back maybe 6 days later. They talking about Titan shield facilities with the white noise barrier around the planet, oscillation barrier, right? They're talking about aliens are coming. We got people like me here, we got suits and stuff on, so he's a little thrown. But what you do hear him do, you hear him go through the with the AI because he can hear the AI, but he doesn't. Nobody else can. So he's talking to the AI, and the AI lets him know, hey, I need to reboot because I found all of this, whatever, all this storage, this processing power. I found this unlimited supply. So the AI decides to reboot. Adam goes on to talk to the young lady. I think her name was Ellen, something like that. Um, I know sometimes I just pull a name, Emily. Sometimes I just pull names out of, somebody I probably met that day. So Emily. So anyway, Adam basically he's talking to Emily because I guess maybe she's trying to she's excited about him, but I guess the idea of just what's going on. So she does the best thing she can do, and she pull out the IQ matrix. Why? Again, it's so informative, right? Information query, so you can query whatever it is you want to know. Like Google, you go in, you Google, but what if you had something that extrapolated all that information from around the world and then translated, encode, whatever, and then put it out. So it's kind of like that. It might even give you a video of it or whatever. So nothing's really hidden anymore. It's all about the the enlightenment of man. We can't fight a alien race if all the humans don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? So Intech has killed that communication barrier between the people and the government. Whatever the government knows, the people know. And to believe that, if the right people found it or maybe was exposed to it early enough, then maybe so many people wouldn't have to perish later. So anyway, Adam goes on to, he watches the video and go, oh man, this is what's going on. So if you me, I'm looking at this like this is the end of the book. Okay. And this guy has just woken up. He's the last one. The alien antagonizers have shown up. He can see them on the video because I haven't actually shown you in the battle yet, right? Right. So this is like the end of the first season, and I just showed you how epic it was because it was a whole bunch of sci-fi stuff happening. I showed you the bugs on their way. You know what I mean? It's still like a little mysterious because they haven't actually come out into the light as much, but we know that they exist and they're there. So it's coming to fruition, right? Then we jump from Adam, because Adam is watching everything on the screens, and then we go to his AI that just rebooted. Well, that's in the process of rebooting, and because everything for computer technology, I know it moves at the speed of light, but it moves way, 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 way faster than us. So upon completion of a restore point, that's what computers do. They create a restore point, or where, when they reboot, they're gonna go back to that point. So a restore point. Then they start talking about this intelligence, because remember, it was just an AI at the CERN facility. That's all it was. It was just an AI that ran algorithms and stuff like that. So now the AI goes into the fusion, and it has unlimited this, unlimited this, unlimited this. It's got all this stuff, right? The intelligence, compass, and capital. Okay, so basically, a lot of this technical stuff is for IT guys, right? I did it to let them know I know what I'm talking about. Okay, like the intelligence compresses and encapsulate all OSI protocol layers. IT people know that. Computer related people, they know. People, they know. I know what I'm talking about, at least a little bit. So, because I was there in the military, but she puts on armor, right? Or let's say the AI puts on armor, and then it goes to let me show you the AI. I don't know if you saw, I was in the kitchen again. My bad. All right, here we go. This is the AI, or this is what Adam does with the AI after they talk. Let's put it like that. This is what it comes to. At first, it wasn't all this visual, right? Of course not, right? It wasn't even like that type of AI. It was more of an AI that do computations and run algorithms, scenario based type things, and it could talk, but it wasn't like um, a true AI. A true AI can interact with you because it's an intelligence. And I mean, normally we would think that intelligence has to be intelligent to be intelligence. Yeah, kind of. Y'all feeling me? All right. So anyway, the AI goes on to basically the same thing that happened to everybody else. I'm telling you what happened to the AI. This is what happened to the AI. Thursday next week, we're going to start in book 2. So you're going to find out soon what these people were doing. You feel me? So this is what the AI went through during the Gifts of Power ceremony, kinda. Okay? Because remember, the AI, it already said she didn't have sufficient the AI didn't have sufficient resources or something like that, something to that effect. But that's what's happening to the AI. It tapped into the bio engine. Um, it's being severed from the human host. So I don't know if Adam has to go back through it because he's already awake now. But remember, the neural feed is it's like a MP4 file that you can go in and look at and access anytime you want to, anytime one of these guys want to. And maybe that might course correct if the AI gets out the way. Because there's some other stuff that's getting ready to happen in book 2. Because I keep the momentum, y'all. I keep it like whipping it, whipping it, whipping. You know what I mean? Like when we whipping that shea butter, we make shea butter too. So if you look at my screensaver, sometimes you might see something say Poochie and it'll say shea butter. So we make shea butter too here. But anyway, back to the story. That's it, y'all. That's book 1 right there, man. That's book 1. And basically, I just introduced you to all of the Zodiac Guardians, all of the Zodiac Guardians, and book 2 we'll do the antagonizing thing. There'll be some heroes and some stuff like that going on. And after that, then we get into the real threat. That's right. That's right. So the real threat is coming. So anyway, you guys stay tuned to me, right? Remember, if y'all got any questions, I mean, I'm looking for input, y'all. I'm looking for input. Um, I think this is a dope story. I love the fact that, with a little help, because, believe it or not, I didn't just come up with the Zodiac by myself. That's not what happened. I came up with a story. Give me a second. Let me show you something. So, this is the original book. And when I first came up, it had is that 8? That's 8. It had 8 humans. It's still Flux. It was Flux Genesis. It had 8 humans. When did I was going through tape publishing at the time, so I published this 2014. It's about some of the same characters, but the story, the concept, and all that, it's a lot different. It's totally different. It's almost like a multiverse thing. Okay, so because of some of the stuff that happened with the publishing companies, I don't feel like I was being treated accordingly. Okay, I didn't release book 2. So what I did was I said, hey, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board. And my mom, believe it or not, my mother, right? Mother's always involved in what the children doing. And she was like, hey, so why would I read your book? I didn't get it at first. I was like, I don't understand. I said, because I mean, she said, no. If I was new to this type of thing, why would I read yours? And she said, what brings it? What's so unique about yours? That's basically what she was asking. So I had to go back to the drawing board. I went back to the drawing board, got rid of book 1, right? Tried to take it off the internet and everything, and then I re-released book this series of books right here. And this is how this started. So now instead of it being 8 humans, it's based around the zodiac, which brings which is inclusion. Okay, that's what it is. It's inclusion, and at the same time, it's it's a story with a whole lot going on in it. To me, it keeps you. It reminds me of the Hobbit. It reminds me of like the Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, anything that's epic in nature like that. So I didn't just want to write about one character doing whatever. I wanted to write something to me that was epic, that that I could be more than just proud of, because like I created something, and one day maybe my grandkids they'll be like, I'm a karma. I'm like, what's a karma? You're like, oh, that hero karma. So that'll be a Pisces. So maybe I can get some kids some fun with it. But this is all sci-fi, y'all. I don't do the science of it. It's just, hey, it clicked for me to add more characters and make the story broader than it was. And anything that you're gonna do that's worthwhile, you're gonna have some bumps in the road. So that's why I was pushing for the bumps in the road. And when I put it around the zodiac, it was bumps in the road. I had to go and research and everything. I had to like put some work, and I had to pour into it. So like even some of the stuff I come up with, you guys have no idea about the multiverse and all the other stuff coming in book 4. That's why we keep doing it. The store. So again, that's why we got the store out there, so that you guys can support by purchasing. And then once I compile enough money or gather enough, then I can go ahead and publish my 4th book. All right. And all my books, it would be so much easier to publish, but all of them have to go to the Library of Congress. I would like that to be like a little piece of history. Only those who looking for it can find it. But at the same time, I want my own little stake in history. So again, I make sure it gets submitted to the Library of Congress. Yeah, but look, y'all, believe it or not, I know that's the kind of family function we having tomorrow. Okay, so I'm still cleaning meat. I'm still seasoning meat, and I'm gonna start probably queuing at 4 in the morning. So if y'all up, hit me up. All right. Yeah, that's about it. That's book 1. Remember, be here next Thursday, and we open book 2, and we start doing the same thing we've been doing with book 1. And that way, it gives you guys a clear understanding of where we're going with the story, and you go, hey, it makes sense now, But hey, we got to do the origin story. They don't always come out the way we think they should come out, because there's so much more built on just the story. That's why it's like that. Just want to throw that out there, not making no excuses. Thank y'all for joining me today, but I got work to do, and I'm tired, y'all. I've been going back and forth. I'm tired, but y'all have a great weekend, and hey, I'll see y'all next Thursday. Peace.